What's going on? Going on? We got mahjong action. Armal live. One of the first streams of spring season. I am Sweezo Harrison, the one, the only Mr. B2, joined by Philip Nehalem. How you doing,
Doing good, Mr. B2.
Mr.
How's it feeling in
B2?
B1?
In the flesh. Scary. It definitely. I am. I'm worried. I've been sweating. I've been staying up. But all you can do is just go into the ring and play solid mahjong, much like the mahjong that we're gonna see tonight. We got some games tonight. Starting off with A2, some crowd favorites. We got Bishan, Dustin, Andre, and Kevin throwing up, scrapping the start. Then we're going over to C1, seeing some new people we've never seen before. Ending the night with B3 with two pretty big names, if I do say
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that B3 matchup featuring our two resident JPML pros, Garth and Jen. Uh, Gonna be probably the first time they've faced off in ARML. So that's gonna be a matchup you want to stick around for.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting. But might as well focus on what's in front of us. We should have a pretty exciting game. Andre, Dustin, and I don't remember Kevin off the top of my head, but I know Dustin and Andre are very accustomed to pushing and playing aggressive and just going for stuff, and especially hitting them.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously can't count out Bichen, recently demoted from A1, known for a more defensive style, but
No.
wonder if we'll see any change-ups this season. Starting us off right now, we have Andre in the dealer seat. To our right, we have Kevin. Across the way, Dustin. And to our left, we have Bishan. The dealer
Yep.
high pie here, looking pretty standard. You can probably massage this towards Tanya. Uh,
Yeah. I mean, I think you might be even trying to fish towards Sanshoku and like dipping on to like Forso or something like that too, just because that's where you're gonna get a lot of value with a hand like this.
right. A little bit unfortunate drawing this form on here. Would have had 5 pairs if we'd kept the 1P pair. But, you know,
Cheeto's fake. No Dora, you don't even care about it. You're just looking for
right.
Tanya, getting your pawns, getting a 6P if it hits the table.
Right. The blocks here, all pretty good shapes, and you don't really want to force your. You have pretty good options for calling, so don't
Yeah,
want to
pretty
force
good options
yourself
for
to hold the
calling.
cheat
Got
toy.
some Ryanmens can end on a Shabo, worst comes to worst. You got a pretty decent thing going. Although rest of the table not looking too weak either. I mean,
リーチ
Kevin, yep, just gets Tenpai there on a
ポン
fantastic weight. Gonna be waiting 6-3. Sozu, pretty good in the wall too. We're looking for 2 6s and 1 3 left. 3 tiles,
Yeah,
not the worst thing in the world. Can't imagine they're coming out from Bishen or Andre, but you
yeah.
never know.
Dustin making 2 calls after the Ricci, really pushing this hand. Gonna
Yep,
try to
playing
end it off
aggressive.
with the Dora 2 Tanyo.
I mean, yeah, Dora 2 is one of the hands to fight for against a reach like this. It's not Dealer
質問
2, so it's not as threatening. Oh, but we draw those. Kevin pulling up. No Dora and doesn't hit the Ura, so just gonna be 3 on 20. I mean, 2,700, not the best, but again, you'll take it. Get someone off dealership. You get to go. Repeat on the Dora, too. Oh, and a con to start. That's an interesting high pie. I imagine
Yep.
you're looking for a 2-so. You're probably almost never playing this con with your hand shape, but you never know. May find it useful at some point.
Yeah, maybe you draw yourself into an East pair, and you have options to use the con as is.
Yeah, you can play a little bit more aggressive if you need to.
Mm, Nothing too special about the hands at the table. Bishan has a lot of sets in hand. Can call the West. but unfortunately that's also being held by Dustin off to our right. Nice draw
Should
for dealer. Can now use the con
Ooh, okay,
as a
yeah, has that
triplet.
option. Could potentially even just go into E-Peko with an extra pair. Another interesting option that does present itself. Should also be really quickly noted for the stream that the graphic on the right is incorrect. With a new season, especially year in, sometimes things get a little wonky. So the standings are a little jacked up right now. We're looking at fixing it. Hopefully, it'll be accurate and ready for you after this game ends. Showing last year's results or last season's, excuse me. But again, hopefully we'll get that updated. And I mean, Kevin's just hitting right now. Ooh, and decides to rip the con.
Right.
Sees that
Wants to
the
find.
4 proto run on the Manzu thinks it's enough, worth it to go for. Although that 5p is going to be really, really hard to get from anybody now, more than
Mhm.
usual. It is one step closer to Tempai. Thinking about options, I'd imagine maybe you're dropping double one for safety. Doesn't even want to mess with double one mon.
Right. To our left, Andre trying to open for Ponyo door 2. And drawing this one mon, you would have had Senpai if you didn't drop your one so pair.
So here's the question. With what you just saw, if you're Kevin, do you reach even if it's on 5p? Just because you're hoping everybody else will back up with dealer reach with 2 Ura chances?
Mm,
It is late in the hand too. That's the other problem with it.
right.
Each.
It's a bit hard to say. I think this is, even among bad weights, really, really bad, and you don't have any immediate value. You're just really hoping to hit something on the Ura.
No,
So I
yeah, I
think,
think if you reach, you kind of just are hoping everybody backs off. But with another reach from Dustin right now, waiting on 417,
Sumo.
it's going to be harder. Oh, an Epot Sumo. Come on. All of a sudden,
easy.
this hand that was already a huge
Oh,
threat upgrades to a Baimon. Yeah, Epot Sumo upgrading from Hanemon to Baimon, actually insane.
feels good for Dustin.
Oh
And
yeah, Dustin's
also,
loving that start.
right, but unfortunately not gifted with the best dealer hype I hear.
Yeah, it's gonna be a journey.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Andre already committing to opening up for probably Honitsu, I would think, has the Haku to call. 3 Sos as well, and some other shape to work around in the Sozu.
Right. Honitsu, the bamboo Honitsu +1, 5200 hand, or
Yeah,
I
could
guess
even potentially
3900.
play Toy Toy too. Get it towards
Yeah,
Mangan
Toto
that
looks
way.
really, Toto looks nice.
Yeah, luckily Kevin's hand is terrible, and Bishen's is pretty good, but we'll need a couple of draws to get to Tenpai.
Right.
A lot of
It's
round mends,
interesting.
but none of them hit yet, from the looks of it.
As Bishan, I don't know. Maybe you can argue that this looks Chinitsu-ish, but I think your blocks and the other suits are too
Tom.
good to give up.
It's yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like that's the type of hand where it's like, man, I really want to try to force this out. The shape looks so good, but like even if you draw another Manzu, you got to cut a premium Roundman and then a 3/4 Roundman. Like, and someone's already opened up twice with confirmed like Yaku. I think it's too hard at this point. If anything, you're just
Chi.
looking, especially with 2 Dora in your hand, you're just looking to get to Tenpai. We're gonna see
Right.
Dustin call for Sanshoku too. A very
Mm,
aggressive play. Could work out, or I guess honestly could even be Itsu. But cutting 5/7 Mon is not something you want to do, especially with
Andre
Andre
follows
Tenpai
Tempai.
across the table.
Only 4 so for now, but I imagine if 3 so, 5 so, or Chun come out, we'll see the call.
If Shun comes out, you think you call that?
Yeah, for sure. I think that immediately upgrades you to Mangan. And here you probably, yeah.
Just takes it on then.
Oh, interesting. Doesn't take the 5 tune. Wait.
Yeah, I think I might have greeted for it just because like locking down 3, 4, 5 is like pretty good. Could
You have
even, I
another
mean, you're
chance
gonna drop
now.
3, so yeah. Now with a
Yeah.
Sun Menchon though, you
Mm,
kind of just take that. You're never throwing that away.
no, tune
Oh,
is
Shun
dead
is
on this
dead. I
one.
didn't even notice that. Whoops. Yeah, so I guess I agree with that. Just take the wider weight. Don't chase Toy Toy, especially when you have to get like 5 so and then also 3 so. Way too hard.
相撲
Oh, and the
So,
sumos. Bijan almost gets Tenpai at the end there. Ishanten with a lot of draws to get there. But Andre's going to take it with 52. Not the biggest hand.
very respectable 340.
Yeah, and Dustin's thrilled with that. It's like, okay, just a little bit off the top, and I get to progress the game even more. We got the legendary Tenho freeze too. Ooh, and Bishan's got a pretty good opener. Got the meld 6, 7, 8, the Norse for Pinfu. Could even maybe move towards a Honitsu. You got to drop Dora, kind of kill off any of the Pinzu shit. But I mean, it's not a terrible hand to do it.
I think with this 5 draw, you probably want to stay more standard now.
Yeah. Just opt for the Pinfu. Hope you fell into 3 pin early and you don't have to end it as your wit. Nobody else really has too much going on. I mean, Andre is well, Andre's
Ishanten.
Ishanten probably, but none of the end weights are that good unless you hit 6 so, and then you still have a round min around Dora. Kevin's pretty far. Dustin has an insano wacko hand. Oh my god. Don't do that, Dustin. Dustin is what is that? Sanshanten from Suanko or some nonsense right now.
Well, it's getting closer. Now it's Neonjanten.
It's 5 pairs. Well, that's just for cheat toy. No, that was his 4th, right? No, that was the 5th.
Oh,
And
now it's
very
Toy Toy.
respectable. Ops for Toy Toy says, I'll take a con if it comes. You'll love to see it.
You love to see it.
And
Bishan.
upgrades.
Boom.
Ishanten. Great Ishanten, too.
Dustin
リーチ
hits Tenpai. Bishan hits Tenpai. Richi. Richi Pin for Dora.
Oh. Tuso doesn't look terrible here. The problem is, oh, that 5. I mean, you gotta throw 6, and you gotta just pressure it, yeah, or fold out. I mean, unfortunately for Bishan, the whole problem here is that, like, Tuso looks great, but 3 of them are in Andre's hand. So while you throw the early 1-3 to kind of throw people off the scent that Tuso's dangerous, it's not really going to work out in your favor. Dustin also has another chance to get Tenpai. Does take it.
Right. Believing in the half Suji from the 3 so.
Yeah,
Oh,
now
yeah,
upgraded to
Toy.
Tanya, so a bit more value there. Just shoving
That's full
tiles, giving
pushing.
everybody else is getting a lot of safe options from this.
Pushes to Dora.
Shoves Dora. There's no care. He's like, if I hit that hand earlier, clearly something's on my side tonight. I'm a warrior. I'll go down swinging. Oh, Kevin senses something's up. Doesn't want to push 7P. Only deals into Dustin, but oh, and Tenpai right now on 7P. That's crazy. Is there still one left? Nah,
No, both weights are dead.
it's dead. F5. There's still 1 2 so in the wall.
Is there one 2 so on the wall?
Sneaking
Oh, there
about,
is.
yeah.
Oh.
Not quite there. And I mean, it might get dropped by everybody but Andre. And If Andre doesn't drop it, they've got a con. Oh, there's only one Haku that's at the table, and it's in Andre's hand, which is kind of insane. Oh, in the sumo.
Nice
Reach
sumo.
Pinfu sumo Dora.
And one
Oh,
Ura
in
for
the
the
Ura for the
Mangan.
Mangan. That's actually so big. What is that without the Ura? It's like 96? No, even
It's
less than that,
for
right?
420, it's like 70.
Yeah, 78.
Yeah.
That 420 to 5 Han upgrade,
Okay.
it's the biggest Ura by far. That's the Ura you really, really want to hit. Especially on
For
dealer
sure.
sumo. You can split the board. Now you're very competitive with Dustin. And as far as high pies have been going tonight, this is a pretty decent one. Much better shape than some of the other hands we've seen get past post.
Thank you for the raid, Mikolote.
Yo, big. Just missed the exciting Ura upgrade, but I mean, we'll shape up. It looks like Bishan's gonna get Tenpai again. Kind of a clumsy round Shanten, but Pinfu looking fairly likely. Could even potentially chase like Sanchoku on 567 too. Not the most implausible thing in the world. Dustin's doing shenanigans though.
Mm-hmm.
I guess keeping options alive. He's gonna try to incorporate the Dora. I mean, if 1S comes, you call it and then maybe like push 4. How long until you just decide to read the Honitsu, right? Especially if nobody else looks like they're doing anything.
Bishan not willing to cut away from the Dora yet. Wonder if we'll see a reaching on the Dora Tonki.
Oh, that's a good argument against it though. Drop 1P here.
Yeah, 1P.
I think you have to. It's so good. Even though you're giving up Sanchoku, Chance, and Adora, like that way it's too good to pass up. You get Tanyao out of it too, and guaranteed Pinfu. Possible Ipeco still. It's so nice.
Good fill-in for Dustin at the 7-mon draw.
Yeah, Adora's massive. Ishan 10, but looking like a clumsy Tonki. Best case scenario is a 1S hits the table. But the problem with that being that Dustin looks like Honitsu right now, potentially, so no one's really going to want to drop 1S naked on the board. They really don't want to be the people to check that tile, especially if Dustin has like a theoretical toy Honitsu, because then that 1S is going to be very, very expensive.
Oh, here's Tenpai.
Okay, Ipeco chance, 7-4. Wow, that weight's actually amazing. I didn't realize how little that was out.
Yep.
2
4
7s,
tiles.
2 4s. This late into the second row. That is pretty good.
There's the 1 so. Do we see the call?
This could get misread by Dustin. Nah, Dustin wants the safety. That makes sense.
Right. Not really
Yaku
willing
High
to
Dora
challenge.
1. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's tough to challenge. Could be Tenpai here. Kevin doesn't want to take it. Not feeling it. Says I will simply step back a Shantan. 7P feels much, much better than that 6M I'd have to push on the board. Andre has kind of just been drawn dead this whole hand, and then sees dealer reach and is like, yep, thank God I got a excuse to just fold and focus on Genbutsu now. Still 4 of these, or I guess now 3 of these tiles in the wall.
Make
Nope,
that
I
2.
stand corrected. Make that 2. Not the worst. Starting to get a little dire though. And Dustin, depending on the draws, could misread 6P's to Genbutsu, so that's coming out first. Oh, and the double 7. I can't imagine. Really pushes 4-mon. Guess that was proved Genbutsu. I would have thought you pushed 7p or 5p Genbutsu. Just get rid of that shit because they're both proven, I think.
4-mana is Nakasuji, so it's alright.
Yeah.
And 7p, it's not necessarily safe against Dustin, since Dustin's
Well, I
been...
thought 7p was post reach. It might have been the turn right before though. Oh
It's not
yeah,
safe
yeah,
against
not safe
Dustin,
against
is what
Dustin.
I'm
That's
saying.
right. Might be. Works out for Bishan though. Doesn't get the win, but does push everybody off Tenpai. It's pretty big. You take that 3k. You're about it. Oh, and Ishan 10 starter high pie. Not quite double reach. Let's not get too crazy with it, but a pretty good Ishan 10. Looking like a basically, well, not guaranteed Pinfu. You'd have to hit 7 so for that, but I mean, still this quick, I'd imagine you just shove the button, especially if you hit 4p, get a door in there.
Yeah, drawing 1p is the saddest outcome for this hand.
Yeah. You think if you pair up, like maybe 2 or 3p, you drop 5 so and try to greet E2 maybe? Or if you draw like 6 so, go in that route?
I'm not against it.
It's not bad.
But here we just see the play towards perfect Ishan 10,
I like
dropping
that.
E9, so keeping the 8-0 pair.
Perfect Ishan 10 gives you a chance for Tanyo to add another Han to the pool for you to get at. Although everybody is slowly approaching Tenpai. Andre, I believe, is round Shanten on the right. Yeah, round Shanten. Kevin, much the same across the way. Dustin is the furthest out, but a lot of great round menship.
Yeah, Dustin was sitting at 6 blocks for Chanta for a while, but decided to cut away from the 8-9, so...
Yeah. Although it is interesting, you cut 8-9 so with Sanshoku.
Right.
1
Decided to start cutting away from the 8-9 so after drawing the Dora. So maybe doesn't feel too good about the prospects of the hand winning, wants to choke that tile.
Ooh, Kevin. Sanshoku Tanyao. Dora 1, that's pretty good. Take 3,900 plus tip on the board. Not a bad
A
outcome
really
at
good
all.
win. Really needed that. Now bumps up to 3rd place over Andre.
Yeah, able to have a little bit better of a time going into South. Although Andre is looking to fire back. Double Dora in the opener. Locked and loaded, looking to finish. Clumsy Manzu, but the shape, not the worst. Kevin looking maybe Itsu-ish. 2 off on that, needing 6 and 3 to commit to it. Has North in another round then. And everybody's firing open. Bishan taking Yakuai, Dustin taking Yakuai. Believe both you Shantan off that? Is that right? No, Bishan's Ran Shantan.
Kevin's hand could be potentially pretty nasty with the Honitsu Itsu.
Yeah, but North's already
Oh,
once cut and the Haku's once cut. That's insane. That's a huge draw. What do you do here? You probably just gotta cut 6. Oh, the 6 Montonki though. 1? Actually, in.
Force yourself towards the Tanya. I can see
Yeah,
it.
it keeps the Tanya in, but I think like you just kind of play max efficiency with a hand like this. Your Ishanten keeping that 1, dropping like 3 so or something.
Well, obviously
Works
you
out
and I are
though.
both stupid, because now
Just draw
Andre has
perfectly.
the 4-5-6 Sanshoku play as
That
well.
could be disgusting. Oh, but the 4 deals in. Bishan. Snipes has no idea what was just stopped from Andre. Absolutely massive 1k win. That's one of those things about Akanashi, especially players not used to the format. Like that 1k hand, as we saw there, was actually a 12k hand stopper, which is worth its weight in gold more than the 1k you get to yourself.
Yeah.
So important to hit those.
Being able to win those cheap hands when you don't see Dora on the board is really important. Just makes it a lot easier to stop yourself from bleeding value to bigger hands.
Yeah, every 1K hand you get is a potential Mangan stopped. And that could
Well,
have even been Hanem on range from Kevin on a reach. Or excuse me, from
well,
Andre on a reach.
I think the hand we should look at this is Dustin's already at 10 unique.
Dustin's doing some whack. Already all terminals and honors this quick? That's crazy.
10 unique terminals, but has 3 pairs.
Is that 10? Yeah, you're right. What are we looking for? We're looking for West, 9S, and 9Mon. West is looking. Oh, West is already dead. Well,
Yeah.
they shut
Well,
that down quick. They
but
said none of that.
guess it's time for Chanta.
Chanta, I mean, could do Chanta, could do some Honroto bluff nonsense. Definitely has the option. I was gonna say could try Doko, but 2-1P's dead, so that's not happening. Is gonna
Yep.
have to just open up though. Has double south as well, so a lot of options in there.
Yep.
Everybody's getting close in Shanton though. It's gonna put
Yeah.
Vishen, Ryan. Andre is not quite Ishanten. No, Ishanten on
It's
a couple
Yishanten. Yeah.
draws.
Just looking for a pair now.
Yeah.
And then Kevin's also Yishanten.
G.
She coming out. Vishen. Buffing it up.
Here's
That is.
Tenpai.
1
Oh, that was Tempai. I completely missed that. Oh, yeah, on the 6 on the 3. Okay, that makes sense.
Wait, is
3-6
3-6
P.
pin?
Another pretty good one, although Pinzu looks absolutely atrocious against Kevin. But how much
Okay.
does that matter when you got a good roundman to play off of?
Yeah. Well, if we're looking the wall, sometimes you just have to assume it yourself, you know?
No, yeah. And again, I mean, either people got to push it, like with these opens and these awkward hands, or they got to fold or completely rework their hand shape in order to play it. Andre's still kind of mawashiing. I mean, Andre doesn't have a dealership left, so really looking to try to fight and get something in the works here.
1
That is going to be
Let's find
Tenpai.
Tenpai.
Gonna push it. 1-4 Mon. 1 Mon not looking good. 4 Mon also not great right now.
Okay, it's 1 left of each.
Yeah, 1 left of each, and there's only 1 unseen in a hand. So it's gonna be a bit of a journey, but
Oh!
Sumo.
相撲
That's E-Pods, right? No one called.
Ichi, Patsumo, Pinfu, Doran. No Ura, but still a Mangan.
But yeah, Mangan, that's big. Get some
And
6 on the board.
immediately, unfortunately for Kevin, sitting a dealer got the dealer
Yeah,
penalty.
that is devastating for Kevin, especially like pushing the earlier reach too.
Mm-hmm.
Quite unfortunate. That is
Yeah.
not what you want to see in Kevin suit.
Oh. Dustin now in good position to try and take back first, especially with this hand. Pretty fast.
Yeah, you have the off prevalent East too, so pretty useless for everybody else's hands. You can call it and then just use 9-so and other shape. Get a quick like 1K hand here, greed Dora a bit if you draw West.
Mm-hmm. But Bishan, really fast hand as well. Can probably head this off with the Hatsu call now.
Oh yeah, double
Getting a
premium round
solid,
then. On the
solid
6-9, so
Ishanten.
good. So good. Kevin killing both Souths there. Really unfortunate that the last South got dropped immediately by Bishan, and with 1 as the indicator. That double South pair is kind of just holding you back. Doesn't give you pin 2. You're never going to be able to call it for a quick Yakuai open. Honestly, if I'm Kevin and like this hand gets passed, I might just be thinking about keeping Andre below 30k. That might be the move.
Hmm. Yeah, you definitely don't want Andre to get above 30k. You just lose an extra 5 points for nothing. Does find Tenpai.
Smacking the button on the terrible way.
5 mon only, 2 left in the
Pump.
wall.
Dustin's gonna open up and challenge. Ishan 10, double round men as well. As 6-9
Yeah.
Tenpai is still the case for Bishan.
Bishan is also Tenpai. We fully missed that. 6-9 pen is the weight.
Yeah. Was able to cheat 6-0 from Dustin and just holding steady. Let's see. Uh-oh, 7-so, that's a brave push. Bishan is gonna jam, works out.
Oh. So draw.
Ooh, I like it. Half Suji 4. And then throws, and then I guess is gonna aim to throw the 3-mon.
Dorotaki.
Yeah, really hates throwing west here.
Oh
Oh
my.
my god, and pays off in spades. 8-5. Another terrible weight, but oh my god, Andre pulls out the 5!
Wow.
For more value, throws it and deals into Kevin.
Kevin finding exactly what he wanted. A direct hit onto Andre.
Yeah, but Richinomi, I mean, that's barely gonna do anything. Andre just needs 2 on now, and they'll be able to secure positive 30k. Potentially could even win on a Mangan here, which
Right.
with double south is very, very possible with the way the hand is.
But really important is that Kevin now has a chance to take back 3rd place with the Mangan from anyone on the table.
That is
Direct
true.
hit was pretty important just because of that. Next,
Kevin not looking like they're having a chance to pull Mangan. It is going to take a journey and a dream to get there, whereas Andre is setting up a softball for themselves.
Yep.
Trying to get this pass post. Might have to jam a Honitsu, which is not the greatest in the world, but it is something.
I mean, if you get the double south call, then I think you're pretty set for the 2 high you
Oh
need to
yeah,
get
because
there.
you just need 2. That's right. Yeah, so you'll get above 30, but you might not get first. I mean, if you're close, you might just decide to shove it.
Mm,
The hand shape works out. You got last west to call. Bishan pushing a little bit closer to Tenpai. Round Shanten. Very weird round Shanten. It looks like it should be Ishanten, not quite. Kevin done
right.
nothing with the hand, drawn dead. Dustin trying to end this quick, but also be able to get first. I guess probably if you're Dustin, you're playing E2, right? I'd imagine.
Mm, yeah, just need a 5-so, 7-so.
Yeah, E2 Dora 1. You sumo, then you get first. It's not terrible. I might even just take that, fully commit to it. Yeah, is gonna be the move.
E2, Dora 1.
E2
Needs
Dora
to
1 on the
be
sumo. It'll do it.
Dora 1 sumo.
Yeah, it's committed with the Aku. Oh, but 7-so is completely dead at the moment. Someone's gonna need to drop it from hand. Kevin's not doing it. Kevin's looking for Sananko right now.
Yep.
Including 7-so. It fits perfectly into Bishan's hand and fits pretty well into Andre's hand.
Yeah. And Beachan has a... Oh, there's Tenpai, Dustin.
And Dustin Tenpai on that 7-so, but again, I mean, honestly, Andre's the most likely, I think, to drop 7-so, and I can't even imagine that's coming out of their hand.
Oh,
I think this might
Kevin
just
might
be
be
a
making a
play
play
on
towards
Riku
Suwako
here.
now. With that 8-pawn drop.
Yeah, I think if you're Kevin, that's the way to do it. Either that or
Or
Sananko still
Chitoi.
on something. Yeah, you could
Chitoi with
also
a
do Chitoi.
Dorotaki.
Really important here that Bishan can't exactly fold because if Dustin, even if Dustin gets 1500 and goes to 62, Bishan would have to be Tempai in order to not lose first here. So
Right.
Bishan cannot just end the game willy-nilly for free.
Yeah, Bishan is gonna be forced to make a K10 call.
Yeah. May not even be like able to have it granted. This might work out great for Dustin.
Oh,
Comes
actually,
no.
yeah, there's no way.
I think
There's no way
everyone's
for
got the
Bishan.
tiles. Yeah, I don't think K10's possible. Oh, and that's devastating. Bishan forced to just give away first like this. And Dustin's gonna take it. The only one in Tempai at the end.
Wow. Pretty unlucky for Bishan to lose to first place like this.
Yeah, that great. That's one of those. I hate those hands because that Forso comes out like end of second row, and it's like I can call for K10 this early, but why would I do that? And then you just draw nothing, and then you never get offered another option. So now you're just looking at that call and being like, man, I should have tried to take it, to do something to try to pull first out of this one.
Yeah, and it's not like Bishan's Ishanten was bad. It was a really wide Ishanten.
Yeah, super wide.
Just,
Just couldn't find any of the Sozu.
yep, all the tiles being held. But that game ends there. Dustin taking first place with plus 22.7. Bishan unfortunately takes second with the plus 11. Andre does not make his way back above 30k, ends with a minus 7.9 in third, and Kevin rounds it off with a minus 25.8 in last place. And it looks like they just headed into their next game. We'll need to wait for the spectate delay to catch up, so we'll go over to that match in a few minutes.
Yeah, about 4 minutes till that one's starting. Numero 2. And it looks like standings are updated and accurate. We did get that fixed. Got the cupboard team working nice and hard and quick. So now we got this. We got stats from previous seasons, but the actual correct standings for this one. Importantly, something interesting in the standings right now. Jonathan in first with a second, a first, and a first at plus 80 with 4 games over the first week. A pretty normal score, I would think, for a good week, like plus 80 in a good session. What you
For
would
sure.
expect. But if you look at some of the other standings for the leagues at the moment, they're anything but that. B1, Aldwin as at plus 131 after 2 games, which is kind of insane. Joshua is at plus 61 in A1 with just 2 games, so potentially plus 120 base. B2 Stanley's at like plus 80, so kind of the same thing. And then I think B3 is a little inflated right now. It says plus 144, but I think it was found that that's a little bit buggy for whatever reason at the moment. I believe it
Yeah,
has something to do with like the playoffs and how it's calculated.
yeah, definitely. And I think the first few games this season have definitely been pretty wild. Part of the reason why Aldwin's score is so high after only 2 games is Aldwin found a Blanco
I forgot
win in
about
one of their
that.
games. And then there's a Kokoshi win in C1, I
It's
believe.
C1. Yeah, it was. I think it was the second game of the season too, or like the second of the two sets. It was so early. It was during the preseason or the mid show, which like which again was like second day of the season, third day of the season, and most people don't schedule right away at the start of a new season. It was so quick.
Right. You know, we've got 2 Yakuman within basically the first week of the season starting. Maybe spring season is season of the Yakuman. Tiles are
Season of the
starting to wake
Yakuman.
up after winter.
I think this game is about to start too. We're real close.
Yeah.
Less than a minute away. You know what I want to see? I want to see a season where collaboratively we fill out the Yaku decks. Because I don't think we've done it. I'm not
It's a bit hard.
100% sure, but yeah.
Yeah,
Even the Yaku decks, like obviously without the Yakumon, because counting Yakumon, that's not going to happen ever.
right.
This
But
league could
like,
be 5,000 people, and I don't think we'd be able to cross off all Yakumon in a season, but all the other
yeah,
ones are close.
yeah, the big ones to get from the Yaku decks are Sankansu and then the Sanfuku Doko, where 3 triplets all the same number, and Chankan.
And Shankan. Shankan's really hard, especially the higher up you get, just because players will not give you the opportunity for it. It's one of those where, like, it's a bit hard because it's not just you. You gotta kind of get in a free throw assist on it.
I got to bear witness to a Chankan last season. Unfortunately, I didn't. It didn't get used on me, but did end up affecting my score.
Be like that. I mean, better than me, where I just like con because I'm in Tempai and dealer or something, and then I remember, oh yeah, I can get wronged off of this, and it's gonna suck. Haven't gotten punished by it recently though, so must be doing something right. Kevin with a
Getting into the
great high
game,
pie.
yeah,
All
Kevin
night.
already Ishan 10 has the double east, and
Home.
we'll
I'd
just call
imagine
this
you
into
just shove
Tenpai.
that. Yeah, drop one so, see if you can get around then. Ooh, little
Ups 4 so,
sneaky.
hoping to draw the 1 pin and also add Chanta on top of this.
G.
That's a good point, actually. I didn't even think of that. I was thinking make the 3 so. Look like it's not being used, so someone might just like shove it without thinking, but yeah, I think you're 100% right. Wow, doesn't want to do the 1 so Tonki?
Oh,
That's what I would
can't take
think
that
he
1
would
pin
do.
actually.
I mean, could have taken the 1 pin and dropped 2 so, drop back, but that's also keeping the 1 mon.
Yeah, a little bit hard. You end up destroying your shape. Maybe he just really likes the 3 so weight. Another 3 Sanso cultist on the table.
Ugh. Yeah, not on Dustin's table. Dustin's never dropping one of those.
Mm.
It ain't never happening. Importantly, Bishen, Dora 2 Tanyo, and is getting fed by Kevin. Although
Right.
didn't want to take that one. Still Ishan 10 looking to fill in around that 3M or that 6P. Andre's got nothing going on. And Dustin, much of the same. Although that hit will increase the Shanten. Oh,
Yeah,
actually just
that's
Tenpai.
Tenpai. Yeah.
Completely missed on 7 so. Doesn't want to reach because it looks atrocious, which is fair.
Yep.
Um,
7 so. So
I
it's
imagine if like 5 so's hit, you
Peach.
probably just immediately take it.
oh,
Oh, and
takes
he's gonna
the
Tadashi the 2.
wait 1 turn, Ricci. You love to see it.
Kevin in free 10 now with that switch. Gets the 1 so, opts to drop the 2, feeling it is safe. Works out. I imagine 8 you feel somewhat reasonable with. Kevin does push, is rewarded.
Bishan is also
Bishan.
Tenpai on
Yeah,
7 pin.
Bishan's been Tenpai on 7 pin forever.
Oh,
Oh, it's Genbutsu! Ah! Bishan with the
unlucky.
sneaky Dora 2 Tanyao. Gonna snipe it. Kevin gets baited by the reach.
Yeah. Not really what you want to see as Kevin. Seems like the
Yeah,
cold
it's
streak
one of
from
those
last game
where
is following you.
Bishan had the Dora there? I thought Bishan was playing a 1K stinker. Thought Bisham was just looking to push it through. I didn't know that's where the lethality was gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, what is this high pie?
Oh,
I mean, I guess the high pie wasn't quite as good, but when you draw double E's to have the Haku as well, you have the 7-8 around them, but you might just ditch it if you start drawing real well in the Manzu.
ポン
yeah. I think when you get two Yakuhai pairs, it's always nice to also add the Honitsu on top of it.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Oh,
with the 7?
and
Yeah, you
you
shove
send it
7-8.
for sure.
Oh, free. In the dealer seat, you greed Mangan.
But it's Bishan.
No! Bishan! That's no fun. I mean, I guess
Bishan
it's not
opting
committal yet.
right.
'Cause you could draw like 4M and then decide to drop 7-8, but
Mm-hmm.
I guess it is also important to note that
Boom.
Takes the Tenpai.
I gotta take the Tenpai on the 3 Han. It
Yeah.
would have been an
No.
awkward 5-mon. Oh, it gets you media round, so I guess rewarded.
Mm-hmm. Priority of the good weight Tenpai ended up
Yeah,
paying off in spades for Bishan there.
but I mean,
Moved the
again,
most
getting the Mangan, adding a lot more value could have been pretty important. The shape was there. Just had to hit a 3M.
This hand, a little bit worse than last time.
Boom.
Still relatively usable shapes, but the Dora is dependent on you drawing a 3-so. Or pairing it up, but
ポン
quick call by Andre. No, no, Chantel.
Daisong again, just swept away from Kevin there. I mean, that was the type of hand. I guess that wasn't the type of hand. You'd have to like Onko white, have
Boom.
one dropped on the board, and then pair red.
Yeah.
Man, stuff.
Well,
Kevin really committing hard to this
Gee.
Honitsu too. Just wants
right.
value and wants it quick.
Well, you'll take your Bonkan if you can get it.
Yeah, that's true.
チ
Not
Problem is,
quite
rest of
the
the hand a
Yakinori
little
you're
bit
hoping for.
clumsy. Let's see. I believe that's round Shanten for Dustin. Right? Yeah, round Shanten.
チ
And Bishan is of a similar state. No, Ishanten. As Andre gets Tenpai on the 5-pin. Terrible way, but could pay off, catch somebody off guard. Has a chance to switch to 17 as well here.
Trying to set up a Fuji trap?
And I think the 4-pin, actually, 4-pin Tadashi doesn't look terrible there. Could catch it out. Although Dustin does sense some danger. Decides to drop 7-mon first. We are also Tenpai with Kevin on 4P, although it is not Mangan Tenpai. Need to hit the white and then Hadaka Tanki in order to get that.
Bishan does find the
Oh, the
Tenpai.
Dora's so tough to push. I might just shove double white here. Although I guess
Ooh.
Honitsu looks pretty bad across the table too, but yeah. Honor Theory, you'll love to see it. And now we have 6 9P Tenpai on Andre. There's a lot going down. We have
Oh,
1 and
well,
3.
Kevin, well, she's back into Tenpai, also waiting 1-so.
There is one more in the wall, so could snipe it.
Oh.
Oh, but the danger was sensed correctly. 1-so would have been a very bad deal, and 4-so looks so bad. Better
Yeah.
than Dora, but still bad.
Better than Dora. Oh, wait. Yeah, the
Oh, I
4-so's
forgot.
Gambit 2.
Vision, yeah,
Got
Gambit 2. So not the worst. Is able to pass it safely. Still waiting on the Dora. Still one left to draw. Still a 3-so on the wall too. 6 9p. Still single both of those, although Dustin is gonna get last 9p. Oh, and the
Don't.
6 comes out. Andre snipes.
The hand with no value wins again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kevin
really.
not seeing too that the deal-in was correct. So Kevin's gonna look back. If Kevin looks back, is gonna realize that the intuition was right there, but in the moment could play towards the psych. Think that they were scared for no reason, possibly.
Right. Just sees the triplet of Haku in the discards and probably feels like should have pushed.
Yeah, should have done it. Should have tried something.
Was the right call.
Boy, Andre with an extremely clumsy tempi at the moment. Dustin not faring too much better.
Most interesting hand. Or Dustin has value, has a chance at the 1-2-3 Sanshoku.
Sanshoku would do good. I honestly might just call it too. Just take it and go. Even if it's not closed.
Mm,
Kevin doing a little bit of filling in, but not quite there. And Bijan, just nothing going on. Does feel their own con. Justin thinking about what to do here. Doesn't want to keep the north. Just fine with the 9, so another avenue to try to sneak a tempi in. It is getting fairly late. Very interesting draw from Kevin. Double Dora. Gonna shift down to a pair plus or Yonkon. Guarantee use of those 2 Dora.
can probably look to just call for Tanya now.
Yeah, the other benefit of doing that shift. And that is going to be
Oh.
tempi for Bishan on a sneaky 1-mon east way.
Pump.
All 4 is still left on the wall.
Kevin immediately calls.
Ooh, yeah, on the Dora too, so now Kevin's a threat. This could be a huge hand. Still Ishan 10, so not ready just quite yet.
Andre opening up for the Tanyo to try and kill this Ricci and the door 3 hand.
It is going to get scary, but I mean, Andre is Ishan 10. That Forso is going to prove problematic, though. I'd imagine.
This
Oh!
East.
I'd imagine that gets pushed.
Yeah.
Luckily, the hand's not that cheap, but. Or the hand's cheap, but.
Oh!
Oh! Until the Urabomb. Okay, never mind.
Caster Curse Harrison, you can't just say it's cheap.
Commentator curse, yeah, that might be my bad. I might have to send Kevin an apology message after this one.
Bro, he is
Oh man,
bottle of
you
whiskey
hate
or
to see
something,
that.
bro. He just ruined that man's night.
You hate to see that. It is not Kevin's night right now. It feels like everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Especially, man, dropping into like the reach, not even reach Dora, the reach non, and then it's worth nothing, and you pawn a Dora with it, and then Urabomb happens, so now you gotta give out a Mangan. Is devastating.
Really unlucky.
Yeah, I mean the East was naked on the board. I think I don't think it was once cut, but like still, you're always dropping that there.
Yeah, you're Tanyo Dora 3, it's long gone. You don't really ever want to give that up.
Yeah, that's the hard part about like honor theory. It's like 90% of the time you're pretty fine pushing an honor on the board, but that 10% of the time you really feel the hit. Even though that wasn't supposed to be the 10% where you feel the hit, that was supposed to be the 10% where you're like, whatever.
Yeah.
Kevin still has a dealership, chance to come back. Dustin, though, looking to increase the gap here. Ishan 10 on a Pinfu hand, Pinfu Tanyao, in fact. Could
Okay.
potentially see 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, but it'd be a little clumsy.
It's a bit of a reach, yeah.
I mean, if you hit 5 Mon, you get to shift to it for free. You do have to hit perfectly on the other 2 Yanmens, but it is an option, you know, that's kind of how Sanshoku feels a lot of the time, especially in the middle. You just kind of accidentally hit it, essentially.
Right.
Ooh, a little bit closer to Tenpai for Bishan. Not quite. Does have the San Menchan though, although with 2 Formons dead. And as we can see, 2 other Formons in hand being used. I doubt 3-5 is going to be the weight that's taken.
Yep. Kevin draws a second Dora. It looks
Beach.
pretty okay actually for Chitoy, Ishanten. But
Dustin gets it. Tanya Pinfu. No Dora, but I mean, someone's definitely not going to like dropping into this. It's 330 minimum, and God knows what'll happen with the Ura, apparently.
or since this is dealer, it's 58 minimum.
Yeah. Ooh, Andre keeps drawing Binzu. Not willing to act up, though. No nonsense here. Gonna just try to probably end up in Tenpai at the end of the hand. Hopefully be able to shove 3 or 4 so. Maybe call on... Nope, Naimon's dead.
Dong.
Oh,
Oh,
comes out.
yeah, trying to get like a sneaky Toy Tenpai. Or a Chi Tenpai tries to shove the 8, doesn't work. But no Ura though, so just 58. Not feeling great if you're Kevin, but again, could have been worse, I suppose.
Could have been 12K, you know?
It could have, yeah, it could have been 12K. Would have been quite a mean Ura.
Dustin just opening up some of the best high pies in the world. Dishanten with 2 Dora immediately.
But granted, neither of the end weights are good at the moment. 7
Yeah.
so and 6 mon. Not what you not exactly something you're expecting to get.
True, but
I'll just round in, and I'm sure 7 so will come next draw, so you'll get a premium reach.
yeah, just draw one of the last 2 7-7 in the wall. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Man, nobody else really has anything that quick to... The Bishan actually does have a really good argument. Is that Tenpai? No, it's still Ishantan. It's a really interesting drop scenario too. Does opt to take the Tanya route.
It's also just a really wide Ishanten.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
it's...
this is nice.
Oh, I forgot about that side of it. And you still get Pinfu Tanyao. I was thinking you you give up Pinfu more of the time. And you're taking the Noveton, but yeah, with that,
Beach.
keeps
Tenpai
alive.
Chase.
Dustin with the double terminal Shabo. One of them being Dora.
Alright. And conveniently holding Bishan's weight as well.
9 so, 1 left in the wall. Same with 1M. 6 so. Looking a little bit better, 2 in the wall. If 9 so comes out from Kevin for some reason, or Andre, would be double Ron. Quite devastating. Kevin looking to just fight back, try to get some points out of this hand. Probably looking to upgrade with Toy Toy.
Toy Toy Ishanten.
Do you, I'd imagine you'll take that too. You'll take Tenpai. No, doesn't even want to take Tenpai. Shove 3 mon. I guess it is by Dora against 2 reach. It looks very bad. Very bad. Oh, and rewarded. Here's the thing. Do you die mean if 3 so or 1 so comes out?
Your last place, might as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You're at 12K. You just took a 4th. I mean, how bad can things get?
Yeah, and like, honestly, you might... I mean, if you die Con, the worst part is that you actually lose your chance at Sanoko here. So maybe you don't
Oh,
have to.
that's a good point, actually. I forgot about that.
Oh,
Oh, the 6-0 comes out. Last one in the wall.
on the high end as well, Richie P. Futanyo, but only 3,900, no Uru.
Not the Mangan
Bishan with
upgrade.
a commanding lead in this game. 51k.
Yep. Bishan just hitting. Kevin with an
Bishan,
extremely ugly high pie.
yeah.
I don't like any. I have no idea what to do with hands that start like this. I look at this and I'm like, man, I would just love to draw around that 7 or draw like 7 or 8 mon and just jam a Sanshoku. And that's about my only hope of getting this hand off the ground.
Yeah, this one feels you have to play it as standard as possible. I guess your
Yeah,
perfect draws are like 7 so, but you need 7 so 3 times in this hand if you want the Ipeko.
triple 7 set, just drawing you an Anka of it. It's like the exact same as just drawing an Anka meld to something else.
Well, speaking of Ankos, to our right, there's an Anko of the Northwind.
It is not Tora. Bishan is Ishanten though with it. On double you're on then as well. Some mad villainy going on that way. Although Andre also very close to Tenpai here. Ishanten with
Yep,
possibly a
Ishanten.
very crazy 2, 4, or 5 so wit. Would be very nice.
Yep, really wants that 8 so it can end on the 3-sided.
Dustin is also Ishanten as well with a great Pinfu looking hand with San Menchan and a premium Ranmen.
Yep. Really nice headless
Ooh,
Anko.
it's
Oh, and
interesting.
another.
Ishan throws 3 in.
1
There's Tenpai.
Dustin gonna take cheap Tenpai, but still premium Ranmen weight.
6-9 mon.
I mean, looks pretty good. Still 3 9 mons in the wall, 1 6 mon. Not worth anything, but gets the game rolling. Oh, but if it would have been thrown back, ditched, would have been Tenpai on the same thing, but with Pinfu now, a little bit more hand value. They didn't take this Tenpai.
It's alright. Richinomi gets the job done.
It's true. Kevin looking to build towards Tanyo now, give some call options. Just try to fight this
1
out, retain dealership. Although Andre hits Tenpai on 5-8 so. And is going to chase Tanya reach. Bishan also hits Tenpai.
つも
Is going to
What?
Dama, so doesn't donate a stick because Dustin draws. Oh, and the Ura too. That'll be
330.
an extra 2k from the board, please.
Huh. No, Dustin. A really good position to take back second place and also get back above 30k.
Yeah, even just getting above 30k. I think if you can play an entire league season with your whole goal to end games above 30k and be fine. Try and just, wiggle and get a little bit more value once you've established that. Although
Right.
Dustin, oh my god, what is that?
Just
Dustin Onko South, casual Mangan, locked loaded. Ishanten on it, my bad.
1
Tenpai on it.
Tenpai.
Yeah, on the 7p, turn 5, gross. Although Bishan also has a great hand. What a fill-in, hits the penchant. Oh no, and Andre trying to bump the hand, trying to get rid of that dangerous 7p, but it deals it. And Bishan snubs. That's a really big hit for Andre. Andre still doesn't deal your shit, but like that 8k direct hurts.
Yeah. Putting some pretty big distance between Andre and Dustin now.
Bro, what did Dustin do before this game? What is that high pie?
Bro sacrificed
Super
something for
quick.
sure.
I clearly like took whatever advice from Kenyon to build flow. This is some insane high pies going around. Clearly was shopping at High Pie Zaros before this game. Just got them locked and loaded.
Yeah, for sure.
Although Andre trying to fight back. Thinking about a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku would be quite formidable.
Even
Very
Tanya
good for the
Pinfo is
value.
honestly pretty
Oh,
good.
huge fill-in for Kevin across the table too. Hits the Conchon on 3-5 so. Ishan 10 at the moment. Although not a whole lot of value going around with this hand. I'm gonna probably move towards Tanya. Maybe hit a close con on 5 mon to really mess with the rest of the board.
Bishan,
So
Bishan's
around
hand
con,
is
you take it. Yep, that's
pretty. Bishan's hand is pretty standard, just looking towards Pinfo-ish with the Dora.
Yeah, just trying to find a pair at the moment. Ooh, and you find it on the door, you'll take that.
Yep.
I'll take that in spades. As Andre is stuck in Yan Shanten hell. Looking to escape. Dustin much of the same, but at least in Ishan 10. Although not looking too good on the weights.
Oh, immediately backfires on the 3-mon drop with the 4-mon draw.
Yeah, I almost kind of like cutting 6 mon there, personally. Just committing to Ryan Con, because if you draw 4-so, it's so good. Like the San Mensch on there, and then you get, well, I was gonna say, then you drop 7p, but you could also just hit Pego on it. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Opts
Doesn't want
not to take the Peiko.
I mean, this is technically more efficient. I believe. But,
Oh, and let's
oh!
get the other Peiko, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would have hit Tempai though, on the Ryoncon. I mean, we'll see. You draw 3 mon, you're looking at a fairly good weight, 2-5. Even though I guess Kevin's got a lot of the pieces to it. Dustin has not been able to improve. Gets a Simon Chun a little bit though in Ishan 10. I'm just dropping 9 so no one wants it. Bishen not wanting to K10. Call this early.
Bishan
Ooh,
finds
finds the last
Tempai.
5 mon for Tempai.
Chi.
Not willing to reach on the 7.
Pump.
That's something. If I'm Bishan, I think I almost kind of like smack down the button. Try to scare everybody else off. I have 2 of the 4 Dora. If I hit it, it's an actual good hand, so I get reach Shumo, Dora 2. And again, try to just get Ryukoku payments from everybody else. It's not terrible.
Bishan is known for the caution.
Andre gets Nobeton Tempai right now. Does not want to take the Ryanman as it is Furry 10. Just looking to get a sneaky Ron towards the end of the hand if somebody drops 7 or 4 so. There's actually still a lot of them in the wall. Still 3 sevens
Sumo.
this late into it. Oh wow, Dustin just hits the Conchon
Just
and gets Sanshoku. Sanshoku Sumo, not bad. Dustin with a dealership left too, could threaten Bishan for first.
Only about a 11.3k difference right now.
Yeah, that's very doable. I mean, 1 Mangan Sumo and you're looking real strong. Although Bishan looking very nice for this last hand, has a Yakuai collar, a completed meld as well as a Gyanmen. It's pretty good.
Kevin has good shapes in hand, but unfortunately not a whole ton of value. Has the singular Dora to work with currently.
Yeah, but you need so much here as Kevin, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
You're kind of just shooting for the stars. Even if you get like +3 or 2, you're not exactly thrilled with it, with the state the game's in.
And unfortunately, Bishan just has the Hatsu call and is already Shansen.
Yeah, I can just
This
raid
game in
Dora.
first.
I mean, Dustin's not far behind either. Dustin hits 3M. You get a 4-7 reach. It's pretty good. It's not worth a lot, but it's dealer reach enough to push the board back.
Oh,
Draws a good floating 6S. Dustin decides to drop back a Shanten.
Bishan
Killing
finds
2-1
Tenpai.
pitch.
Tenpai on 2 pin.
There are
Oh,
none drawn
sure.
yet.
Wall into wall, yeah.
4 in the wall.
Oh,
Given Ishan
Tenpai.
Yeet.
Sanoko champ.
by Sonago, yeah, you're shoving that 100% of the time, even on 5-6, which is
There's,
just a single 5-mon at this point in
yeah,
time.
1 5-mon left into wall.
Importantly here, no, I was gonna say if Dustin drops last 5
Timo.
bean,
Oh,
then someone might drop 2 bean, but yeah. Doesn't even matter. Bishan just draws it, says, yeah, I'm gonna shut that down. Thanks for the 1K tip. I appreciate it, but I'm done tonight.
yep.
I'm
And
outie.
in revenge for the first game, Bishan takes first place, a really large one, plus 37.2. Dustin is relegated to second, plus 12.3. Andre in third, minus 14. And Kevin, another bad beat, ends up with a negative 35.5.
Yeah, just literally every man getting hit by Urabomb, just like every good hand just snubbed. Just every push melt with worst case scenario happening. It's tough. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
what you
tough.
want to
It's tough.
see.
I was in a similar position last season, but
Yeah.
that's all right. Start of the season, Kevin has plenty of games to bounce back.
Yeah, even starting off like minus 60, you're fine. You got plenty of time, and I mean the play looks solid. I don't think Kevin was doing anything wrong, just bad beats, and stats will say that Kevin will catch up at some point.
Right. And not sure if they're playing all four tonight. Do you happen to know?
I doubt it. I'm not sure. They do. I know Dustin usually does, but just playing two from what I've seen. Yeah, we might be
Oh,
switching to C1 from the looks of it because they're ready to go. And especially if they're doing all four, there might be a bit of an extended break going on.
yeah.
Oh,
So it
they
does
just
look
started.
like they are playing all four, but I think we wanted to also catch the C1 game.
Yeah, I'm really invested in C1 this season. I think it's going to be a
Yeah.
really interesting C1 season. Especially now
Um,
that it's not a beta league too, and there's not any like nonsense going on.
right, right.
Just raw everybody going at each other who's new.
Mhm. Um, Actually, the C1 game started like 20 minutes ago, so I don't know if we want to join them halfway.
Let's see, how far is the C1 game? Look. Oh, looks like we will be going over to it, I believe. We're getting whispers from the cupboard right now
Yeah.
on what's going down. Sounds like we're thinking about C1.
hmm We're setting up for that right now.
There we go. And again, some of the info on screen won't be updated right away. Bear with us. Oh, never mind. Our cupboard driver, Nathaniel, doing great work, God's work even. As we see, who is that? Stephen F. as dealer right now in reach. Wow, with a great reach, or not, I guess not a great reach. 7P Tonki versus a 4-7P Groundman from Fogless or Kevin across the table. Right now we're from Curly's perspective, but it is worthy to note Steven is the current dealer.
And 7p, if it ever comes out,
Dead.
double ROM
Dead.
chance.
That is true. It is double run and 4P.
Double.
Oh! Okay. Commentator's curse. Go ahead. Apologize.
Alright, I'm gonna
You willed
add
that
a
tile
severe
out.
and continuous lapse in my judgment.
You sent brainwaves out to James's head, encouraging them to drop that tile.
Yeah,
I mean, as far as double runs go, that wasn't that bad though.
yeah, that was
Could have been
fairly
much
tame for a double
worse,
ROM.
especially with a dealer reach going into that too.
Mhm.
There were much worse outcomes there. Yeah, it's important to note too that the information on the side is accurate. James and Steven were previous players who demoted out of B3 last season, so we got some stats for them. But Kyle and Kevin are both new, so gonna be a little bit before we
Mhm.
can start getting some good stats going. But regardless of that, Steven right now hitting a dream of a hand. Absolutely amazing shape and two door to boot in the driver's seat for the hand. Looking very good. Could even end on an Intolts, including Dora, would be very nice.
Yep.
James just
And,
shaping up. Standard hand might even be able to move it towards Tanyao. Shut that down. Say no points for the dealer. Kevin Q, not Kevin N, who we just saw in B or in A2, but Kevin Q. Looking to shape up maybe a Sanshoku on the 1-2-3, but pretty far out compared to the table. And we got Kyle on the left. Artie Ishanten. Yeah, Ishanten. With a potential Dora. Ooh, he's able to
Eat.
lock it in.
oh,
Weight's terrible,
Reachy.
but reach Dora.
1-3 so left in the wall. And dealer made an interesting discard on their last turn. They discarded the Dora after drawing the 3-so to connect it or 2-so.
Yeah, maybe just not missing, or maybe just not noticing the indicator, or thinking they
Yeah.
could get Itsu. Itsu is +1 over 2 Dora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, personally, I just like dropping the 8-so, lock in the Dora pair.
I think that works, especially when you have the 6-sos to protect the 8-so discard. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. But now that we're here, playing pretty good defense.
And James opting to
Eat.
fully get out of the hand. Opts to
Oh,
drop 999. And we're
here's the
gonna
Ricci.
smack the reach on 7-so. It is half Suji, and you have 3 6s, so you're thinking it's not gonna be the best tile to use for anybody else. Chance it
7-so
comes
is
out,
actually Suji to both Richis, so this is
but
actually pretty well tracked.
problem is, do James or Kevin even see that / care? Because James looks like they're fully out of the hand playing Genbutsu, so I don't think they care too much about half Suji. And Kevin's hand is also terrible and not even close, so it would not surprise a full fold, or if we saw a full fold from Kevin as well.
Right.
1-1 is Genbutsu to both reaches. Does see it, thrown out. Now has 2P, and it's looking real tough for
Yep.
Kyle and
Maybe
Steven.
just go to Ryukoku unless the 3-so last 3-so gets drawn.
True, nope.
And it's dead walled. Feels good.
Not gonna happen, so 1500 to both players. Importantly, this is going to knock Kevin and James a bit lower. Steven, I'm sure, if they are aware and thinking about the sliding UMA, are now wondering how can I capitalize on this and try to hit Kevin here, or hit a sumo, so I can have a very comfortable game where I'm the only one over 30.
Yeah, for sure. That +5 bonus UMA, really
Oh
good
yeah,
incentive.
that UMA adds up over a whole season for sure. And just that little cherry on top during the games is so big. When you don't play for it every game, but when it's there, you want to take a hold of it for sure. You want to absolutely take advantage of it when it's presented for you.
Yeah. Kevin's he's cooking up something nice across the way. Richie Pinfu, Tanya, Ipeko, possibly, with the Dora.
Yeah, but still needs to find the pair, which normally I'd say is fine, but the problem is when you're looking for like a reach Pinfu, you don't have guaranteed Impeko, then the pair is the one part you really want to have before you get Tempai.
Right.
James is trying to cook something up. Ishanten on Shitoi. Yuck. Would love to see a call here. Don't think it would come with a hand like this though. 6, 7, and 3 so are going to be pretty hard to pick up. So I
Mhm.
can't imagine we're going to see calls. Never know though.
Yeah, the shapes are honestly good enough that you could consider just playing this normally, especially with that 9-10 draw.
Yeah, that is true. If you draw around like 6, 7, draw like 5, 8 pin, you could just play it as a standard hand, take a Shabo on like 3 so, 8 so.
Mhm. The 1-so drop is still kind of hedging the Chitoi, since 1-so is twice cut
Yeah.
already. Not really a good Chitoi tile. But
Yeah, not
Dealer
comparable one way or the other.
is slowly edging towards the Itsu. Just needs the 7 mon and this
Yeah, 7
Shanten.
mon Chi, you got it. Might even go Atazuke because it's guaranteed E2. You can't end up in Furry 10 anyway.
Well, if it's guaranteed, then it's not
Well, yeah, it's
Hanazuke.
not
Yeah.
Atazuke, but is able to lock it in, so doesn't
Right.
have to worry about Furry 10. Just looking for one to come out.
Well,
We are gonna
finds
see a
Chitoi
reach come out
Tenpai.
for Chitoi.
Richie on the mon. Mm,
It is Suji trapped fairly early too. That's actually a very sneaky hand. No Dora, so it's just a sad. What is 300?
32.
Boom.
32.
32. Yeah,
But
just a sad 3,200 point hand. But I mean, if people are noticing that and the 8 mon is loose, it
Rose.
will get played. Problem is everybody looks like they're playing it. Kevin's got a
Oh,
pair. Oh
oh,
wait, Yaku?
it's Noyaku.
Oh,
It's
yeah, it's
Tanya.
Atazuke because it's Tanya. Yeah, ooh,
Mm,
that's interesting. Oh, and then
Dome.
folds the 8? I guess just doesn't like pushing 4
her
on there.
too.
And ugh.
I love to see
Cheatoy
it.
propagandist every time will point at that and say, look, it's a good hand. You just have to hit Ura 2. You
It's
simply have to hit the luck factor on it. It's that easy.
exactly legit goated hand because you always hit Ura too. It's just baked into the value.
I'm learning that I'm playing a different game on the table with my flow than everybody else the longer I play Mahjong. Because I could never, not even once, disregard all the Ura bombs I hit last season. Those don't count.
Yeah,
Disregard
for sure.
my +1% Ura rate as opposed to the rest of the league.
Yeah, Mr. B2 is actually a fraud just propped up by Ura bombs,
I'm
right?
such a fraud. I looked at my stats. I'm like, oh my god, all the luck ones are way higher than the rest of the league. I'm like 2% higher than everything. I'm like, oh no. I was like, no, I'm getting hit hard on sumo. As I look at my stats, I'm like a minus, like I think 0.5 than the rest of the league on sumo payments. I'm like, man, I'm a fraud. I lucked out to get here.
Well, some pretty interesting hands brewing.
It's not bad.
On the left,
James,
Steven
ooh,
got already Ishanten. Would be
Ishanten,
pretty
kind of ugly.
sad to call.
They
I
want to
could
pick
go towards who needs to.
That's interesting. I mean, you're at 0, so you don't really have incentive to right now. You're in first as well, but
Hmm.
Honitsu is a big value jump up. Ooh,
What that
James is
8
gonna
star
get each
draw,
on 10.
falling is actually not as bad anymore, since you have a
No,
Yarn
yeah.
Alert.
But you do gotta drop 4, 5, 6, which I'm a psychopath, so if I see a hand like that, I'm like, you know what? I can drop a full meld. We can
Not
run it, but a lot of people would apparently disagree with dropping an entire completed meld from hand.
I can get with it if it's early enough in the hand. Turn 7-ish, I feel a little bit antsy about doing that.
リーチ
Yeah,
Ooh,
Tenpai.
James is gonna do it. It is the cheap side though. Isn't able to get the Shabo and try to sneak the east as a Ron, just looking for a 2-5 pin on a reach Nomi. And it
Really
actually
sad.
looks atrocious, but Steven is gonna throw any
Dong.
pots.
Doesn't matter. Geribatsu,
Face checks
Ichi
the 5P.
Hatsu. No
No
error,
arrow,
but
but
240 dealer.
yeah, not bad.
Takes first place off that direct hit.
Yeah. And we are, it looks like Tenno might have frozen. Oh, never mind, there we go.
Oh,
And that Tenho acts up, but we got, God, I hate these hands as a dealer.
yeah,
It's like,
Tenshon City.
technically has all the shapes, but none of them are good, and you have to go Atazuke on the white if you make any calls. It's just
Oh,
really, really clumsy. And these are
yeah.
always the hands where I end up mochi mochi. And there's like no good backups, and then it's like, what do you even do? Although could actually work towards Chanta. You get 2 mon, it's not unreasonable.
Hmm. Yeah, I can kind of see it, but you need.
It's far, but I mean, it is technically a backup if you need to go that route. Like if you think the whites
Yeah,
are mochi, it is possible. You could
right.
also just draw 1 mon and drop 4 mon and fully commit on that too.
Yeah. I think more standard plan is plan to call the Hatsu or call the Haku and try to go
Yeah,
headless, find your
this
head.
this is just assuming that you can't call the Haku because for
But
whatever reason someone goes
ooh,
munchy munchy, but
bit of a backfire on
backfires
the
a little
9
bit on
star.
that 9, so yeah.
Yeah.
An ops to kill the penchon. Ooh,
Oh,
Steven also backs off, doesn't want Itsu. If they were to keep that, they'd be looking for 3 peen, 4 peen. He's gonna opt to just play the normal Pinfu approach. Keep it nice and simple.
wow. Uh, Good fill-in by Kevin with the 7 mon. Does not take the Tenpai because the East is once cut. Doesn't believe in the Shabo.
Shabas are fake, who cares? Let's try to go to Tanya too, you know? Add a little bit more points on it. Get our reach Dora, Tanya, Pinfu.
Well, takes the Tenpai now since it's turn 9. No Yaku, but 2 can upgrade the
Terrible
close
wave.
shape
Yeah,
pretty easily.
gets all Pinfu upgrades and is able to Tama on 3 mon or 6 mon draw as well. So I do like not committing to reaching from this position.
リーチ
Right.
No,
But
but
I think
now
it's
we're
right
just
enough
waiting
that
one and ripping it. It's
yeah,
like a Beyblade, you
リーチ
know, you gotta put it in and wind it back up and then just rip it.
do not compare
Kyle
model
loves
to
predicting as well.
Beyblades.
I will do it again. Do not worry. God,
You are
really
a
trying to
psychopath.
sell 5P. I'm just trying to give everyone front row seats
Each.
to my sick, twisted mind. Everyone's senpai now too. That's crazy. 4-so, 5P, and 6-8, 6-so, 8P Shabo. And the Shabo actually looks like the best way right now, which is kind of insane.
ロン
And does end up winning. Reach door 1.
Chidora and an Ura
Uh,
just to make it sting.
Yeah, just a little bit on top. And now the first place contention is looking very, very close. And Kyle is also hurting really bad. I think if I'm Kyle here, I'm just trying to make sure Kevin goes under 30K.
Yeah, I mean, really fast hand already. Ishan-sen.
Yeah, that's the one to do it. I mean, reach plus anything, as long as you get a sumo,
Right.
will bring dealer below. Yeah, Kyle keeps getting to that Tenpai Ishanten rate, getting hands very close, but just isn't able to do anything with it. Just get
Designs to
beat
step
out with someone
backwards from
else.
Shanten, cutting the Chun pair. Probably trying to look
Each.
for a little bit more value.
Oh my god, and Kevin hits the nuts.
Mm,
2-5. Wait, not worth anything, but it's quick and it's dealer. Enough to make you think twice about pushing in.
yeah, no way the dealer hits or a 3 here, right?
Don't say that. Wait, how many twos are out? We got 2. Okay, there's only a single 2 left. So it is possible, but unbelievably unlikely. As we see it now, it's like a 1 out of 100 chance, I think.
Yeah, there's no way dealer draws the last 3 mon, cons, and Rinchon Kaihos into
You just need
for
to
a
stop saying
bajillion.
that. How are you going to deal with the repercussions of what you're trying to will into
I
existence
have
right
really good insurance.
now?
Got it
Is
off
that Senpai? No, it's not quite Senpai. Cal doesn't want it. Steven drawing a deal in tile. Not gonna get pushed. Gonna play double north. I agree. Honor theory, especially with 2 north cut, so it's really safe unless that's the nastiest
Kokushu in
orphans
the
I've
world.
ever seen in my life. Yeah.
True, true.
7 so, bit of a scary tile.
Pushes
He
it.
is gonna get pushed. I mean, you don't really have anything better in your hands. I guess you could play 8-9 Genbutsu, which is actually probably what you want to do here.
I mean, the
You're
one
at
so is
9.
fully safe.
Oh yeah, one so's Genbutsu as well.
One so,
Yeah.
9 mon, but
If you're Steven here, you definitely just fold. You definitely want to. The nice part about this situation is that even if dealer wins and passes you, there's no Agariyame, so you get another hand to try to take first back.
mhm.
Like even if I'm Kyle here, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I don't need to win this hand because I know that there's at least going to be another. I want to not get Rond here and hope dealer doesn't sumo. I want somebody else to have to pay direct and fall below 30 and maybe even become approachable to me with like a Mangan sumo.
Right.
Ooh,
Well,
and 9p Gambutsu. All of a sudden, we're looking kind of good. San Minchan looking at a Nobuton Enwit. Yeah, could just take this too. Dealer's below 30 right now,
Each.
so
no, here's the Richi.
reach on just 5 mon. Is Genbutsu to dealer, but there's also 2 of them out.
Each.
Oh, and here's
Oh,
the
and Kyle's joining
chase.
the fight. Oh, it's free 10 though. Uh-oh.
Furry 10, 360.
It comes out, but again, furry 10. Oh,
Oh!
Dong.
the 2 comes! It's reach no
Alright, it's
mo.
okay. There's
Don't
no
say it, don't
Urasan,
say
all
it,
the 2
don't.
mons have.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
the
okay.
last 2 mod did come out. I missed it. Thank God.
Yeah. I will
We've
not
seen
have to
enough
pay.
villainy.
I will
You
not have
want
to contact my insurance agent.
no repercussions.
No repercussions.
That's what the First Amendment was made for. Ura threats. Hypothetical Ura threats. Oh man. Not a bad high pie coming out from Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, really good position now to just take first, honestly.
Yeah. But I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a struggle. This isn't a terrible hand, but it's not the best. It's going to need to hit some key fill-ins, and especially if you're waiting on like Kanchan 2-so or Kanchan 7-so, you're not thrilled. Although could
Right.
also just forget Dora entirely and try to move it Tanyo. Take a reroll on the hand. I don't hate that idea. Will definitely depend on the draws. Kyle gonna try and fight back. Not looking great though. Not really a whole lot you can do with a hand like that, especially no Dora. Oh, Kevin with the nuts fill-in. Yeah, saying don't need Dora.
Yeah,
I'll just
just
play
dropping away.
Tanyo and make up the value. Easy peasy.
Wow, okay.
Oh my god, okay, yeah. I forgot that if you just draw perfectly, it literally doesn't matter how bad your high pie is, especially if nobody else draws well.
Yeah, if you're just,
Each.
you just got
If
the
you're
skill
just
difference.
goated like that, if you just draw those, it is that easy. Like how
Alright,
Steven is now
Steven,
10 by on Amon.
3 left in the wall. Pretty good Ricci. Will
Uh,
Kevin continue to push?
I mean, does get form on Genbutsu. Might
Done.
honestly 8, so I don't hate here too. And it's just gonna
Right.
take Shabo 6S 5 mon. Terrible, but you got someone in reach, so if they draw it and they don't win off it, they'll just throw it on the
Yeah.
board.
Gonna be a little bit sad if you draw the 6 mon, because you'll be free 10 on the 4 mon. You'll probably toss it
Sumo.
back. Oh, such a sumo.
Yeah. Ooh, we just draw those. See, just like I was saying, Steven just draws those, and that's why Steven gets first at this.
It's
It's that
always
easy. And that's
the skill
devastating for
issue.
Kyle, too. Only
Yeah,
one
kills him.
below 30, so a very big hit.
Yeah, Steven rounding it off with that sumo for first place, plus 27.8. James takes second, plus 9.4. Kevin in a positive third, plus 2.2. And Kyle, unfortunately, taking the brunt of that, fourth with minus 39.4.
Yeah. That is a toughie.
I believe that was their first game of
That
the
was their
session.
first.
Uh, that
Maybe
moves
just take him a
Steven.
slight break. Maybe just a little breaky, little eggs and breaky. That was a 44-minute game. That was a long game.
Yeah, yeah.
Every hand was going the mileage on that one.
Yeah. It's always Mahjong games. They're either just the quickest Manchan you've ever played, in and out 20 minutes, or it's a slugfest
Or
for an
you're
hour.
in, yeah, for half a movie. You get a double feature as one part.
Puts puts Avatar 2 to shame.
I love seeing the C1 when it's unfilled in and there's like all the gaps. It just feels really feels really raw, you know? Like the pinnacle, this is like adventuring to a new I'd imagine this is what going to a new continent feels like in the olden days.
It's just a fog of war
Same
over the
feeling.
map.
There's trees and like grass and stuff probably, which is kind of like what we're seeing with the stats that are filled in, but like you're just going on that in a dream. You ain't know what else is gonna go on there.
Yeah,
You're
for
just looking to
sure.
find out what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this league in particular plays out. Got newcomers mixed in with some old heads from last season.
Yeah, we got some
Uh,
people who've been in for a minute, a lot of newcomers.
yeah,
Not Yeah, Nathan with the
uh,
Suanko. That early Suanko.
oh,
Showing
when
where
did
they're
the
starting in. Hmm?
who got the Kokushi? I think the Kokushi was also in C1.
Was it? Were there already two that were hit in C1?
I thought I remembered a Kokushi being hit. Maybe I'm going senile.
Uh, it must have just
Now
been
with the
Suanko.
regular
Oh, you know
wager.
what it was? I think Sylvie hit one in a practice game. Sylvie being a very strong Canadian player.
Of course,
I think got
Sylvie
a
had it.
Yakima like that. Yeah, Sylvie is crazy. Honestly nice that Sylvie is Canadian, so they're unable to participate in this because God knows we already got enough monsters in this league.
Yeah. Now you only see Sylvie when they show up to terrorize as a sub.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I was confusing the games, I think. It was just the Suanko and C1.
yeah, that would make sense. And maybe what we'll do is either hop back into this A2 game that's happening or go on a quick break until the C1 table, I assume, starts another game. Because I have nothing suggesting that they're only doing one and done. I also have nothing suggesting they're doing another game except my own intuition. which has been proven wrong at least 3 times tonight alone. So who knows? Yeah, we do have Kyle, who is a Nova native, so gotta respect that. Gotta rep our own, is also streaming games. So maybe we got Nathaniel in the cupboard doing a little bit of reconnaissance, trying to get a little bit of info, doing some spy work. This is a reminder for anyone watching. You can stream Armel games, but you got to make sure they're on that 5-minute delay. No cheatsies.
Yeah,
None of that. But
5 minutes
totally
away,
gonna
very important. No
share your
backseating allowed.
perspective. Yeah, none of that.
We
When
don't.
you got your name on it, you're the one that's got to play.
Yeah, you. We only want one person getting Earthon. Thank you.
Yeah, Philip's gotta, or I gotta like will that into existence, not somebody else. It's very important. Commentators got to do the nonsense.
Yeah. After all,
Ooh,
do you really feel like you've earned an Urasan if you have someone else playing for you with zero delay?
it's true. Schrodinger's Erison. Can you actually earn it?
Can
Does
you
it
actually earn
cancel
it?
out? Does it cancel out if you don't earn anything else but earn that? Or can you never earn it to begin with?
Mm,
I'm sure whenever this game gets developed to the point where we have the obscene, even somewhat schizophrenic meta theory that goes to there, just like the Book of Flow, that will uh that will go to it.
mm, oh,
Get that. So maybe what we'll do is we'll take a quick break. It looks like they're doing a little bit of a quick pause before their next game. When we get back, we'll either continue with this set of games going to game 2, or maybe because the B3 game is starting soon, we might go to that. Probably just depending on whatever the timing is. Yeah, grab your water, get a snack, take a stretch, a seventh Hanshan stretch, even though we've only had like 2 or 3 so far. And we will be back very soon. And we're back. We found the issue. Little bit of background info. When Curly was found and pinged there was another game, he responded, "Wait, we play four?" in very surprising caps, which is about the funniest response that you could make. So Curly just having no idea that it was for a session and not one. Just casually watching stream, looking for next game.
Yeah. You
Blood
can't
thinks
even,
he's a spectator.
you can't even be angry, you know?
Nah, that's
It's
funny.
content.
That's how it
We
works.
indicated.
Yeah, if it's funny, it gets a pass to an extent. I shouldn't actually say that because then people are gonna be doing some nonsense. Then we're gonna see the most heinous diamine cons known to man.
But it was funny.
It's true.
Con button is funny. Yeah, but getting into the second game of this table. Anything you want to see in particular over
Um, I think efficiency is gonna be a big decider because I've noticed some people a little bit hesitant on some of the weirder cases with efficiency. I think also the because of how aggressive this table is and how the challenging is, I think people need to kind of pull back a little bit and respect dealer reach, and also more importantly, I think
Boom.
everyone needs to not be as okay with taking bad weights. I would love to see people take a step back and really try to fish for better weights, even if they're
sounds,
more towards like the middle.
sounds like the words of a smelly coward, Harrison.
Smelly coward, a smelly coward who was Mr. B too. So I mean, y'all hated to see me cook, but God knows the stew tasted good. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hi-Fi looking pretty good for James. Looking for a nasty Shabo end. Waiting on North 9 Mon, but is gonna
Oh,
opt to just cut away now.
interesting, interesting.
I mean, I guess I understand wanting to play the Pinfu here. Although cutting Dora is definitely not the way to go about it, though. You definitely want to keep that 4M as like a floater and then commit to double 9M. And you want to
Yeah,
get that red out of your hands because you surely do not want to be wronged off that from Steven.
right. And I think would have liked to see if you were going to cut one of the pairs, then Deformon should have stayed. Just so
Exactly,
you can
yeah.
draw around it.
When you draw the
You build
form
the
on,
play.
if you're gonna cut Norse or nines, cut one of them then and try to draw around the four. Oh,
Yeah,
but
just a bit of a
Inferno
Beat.
has a
backfire
second
down.
chance. Hey, who
C.
cares about two pairs? Don't need them. What do you think this is? A cheat toy? No shot. We'll just draw around it, build our Pinfu Dora one, and be on with our way. But we are going to see Kevin get in Tempai on just 3P. This is kind of what I was talking about with a pretty not great weight.
Hmm.
Luckily for Kevin, might work out because there are still 3 in the wall.
Yeah, this is definitely more the easy play. Just taking, oh, you're first to Tenpa, you have someone who's open twice against you. Might as well throw in the stick.
Yeah, it's
Some
just
good
like
shots
doing
of
something
winning.
a little bit more creative for the weight. Because that's how I always feel. I don't draw sumos, so I gotta try to fish that out of somebody's hand. So I might have like Damoed, and then when I get that 6 mon there, although I don't know if I would have thrown it back then, if you like reach on the 2 peen,
Wrong.
and it's super
Nasty
even, yeah, because
Tenpai.
of Chance switch. Doesn't hit
Yeah,
East, so saved 1900 points, but is gonna take that Chanta from dealer, take the reach stick as a tip. Definitely thanking Kevin for that. Kevin
Pump.
goes into the dealer seat. Although not too much of a hand to go off of here. Very clumsy. Not going to be able to start thinking about playing the game till end of first row. And Steven
hmm,
is opening up for some very quick action. Oh, and fills in the green too. This could be nasty.
yeah. Definitely looking like the hand to beat for Steven. Kyle has a shot at Itsu, but does need a good amount of work. But sometimes when you have Dora 2, doesn't really matter what the rest of your hand looks like. May just call for the Tanya Dora 2 now.
I mean, oh, now you get 9. Hold on. Hold on. We got something.
Okay.
If you can get the closed D2, filling around that Montu, ooh, ooh, that's buttery. You're loving that. Ooh,
Oh.
ooh. I think, yeah, you just gotta drop 14 here. Because I really
Yeah, yeah,
wanna I really wanna play either Gunman so bad.
right.
The question is, do you reach? Actually, yeah, if you reach, it's +1.
Oh.
Oh, yeah,
Alright, this
I think
I
I like
agree with
that
this
Dama.
Dama.
I think I like that Dama.
This is
And
fine. This is
you
fine.
hope to hit the Ramen. If you get the Pinfu, you definitely reach for Hanuman guarantee, but it's a tough reach to get. But it's Suji. I like sending it. Screw it. Who cares?
Mm,
Chi.
I think
Home.
in an attempt to disguise it, you can wait a little bit before you reach it.
Yeah, but I think
Hopefully try to
especially
get a
after I
Karagiri.
those, especially if I'm willing to push
Home.
9 so on the table, I just send reach there like every time.
Mm,
Although it would backfire because you are Mochi Mochi on the threes. Although it's not to say Steven might not drop them, especially if like 7 so is drawn.
yeah. Steven's hand. Yeah. Steven, not likely to let go of his Tenpai.
Yeah. Because you especially
Oh,
don't want to drop the 7 so here.
right. James is actually building towards the Chinitsu now.
Yeah, that could be very bad. Getting close. It's in the Dora suit with ironically 0 Dora. The worst type of Chinitsu hand. Oh, you're furry 10 though because of the 1. Ah! I still might do it. Oh wait, never mind. 1 mon's completely dead. And there's a 4 mon out. That's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. And call the Tenpai, I think it would be free
Reach.
10 still. Oh, Kyle makes the
Kyle,
last row Ricci.
man, if you're gonna do that too, I think you got it, Tadashi there.
Yeah,
Just in
I
case
think
anyone's gonna
usually
get
you would just Karagiri that.
Home.
Make them think it's closer to the 1 pin, but
exactly.
now they
Is
feel a little bit sus.
that Karagiri where you draw the same tile and then throw the 1 from your hand instead of the
Yeah,
zero?
yeah, you swap
Okay,
it out.
I'm
Little
so
swappy doppy
Home.
action. I've heard
yeah,
it called.
I'm so bad at Karagiri. I need to do it more. I like always forget about it until after I drop the sumo, and I'm like, I should have definitely Karagiri'd that.
Right. I think it's a little bit, uh, you don't always have to do it. I think sometimes it gets abused more than it should.
But I think also, like, a lot of the time, especially if you're always Karagiring, it just kind of sets the opponents up to be used to getting less information from you, which is the good
Mm,
part about it.
for sure. But that hand
It's like
ends in a Ryukoku, despite all the nice hands there. Starting
yeah,
again from here, Kevin opens up with 2 Yakuhai pairs.
1 Yakuza
Um,
pair, it is East round, so this house a little
right.
bit harder to use, but is able to kind of wiggle Honitsu with the right Pinzu draws, which it looks like they're going to be committing to. This hand
Yeah.
is a little bit too far for me personally. I definitely want to see like west or
Home.
north, especially with white being in the dead wall. I'd much rather just kind of take a normal angle on this, and then if I draw a lot of Pinzu and it works
Home.
towards Honitsu, great. But we'll see how it works out.
Yeah. I think personally, I like playing towards the Honitsu with this hand. Just simply because since I have 2 honor tile pairs, I really want to utilize them, and since I have 4 blocks technically towards the Honitsu with them, then I'm willing to call down for them.
Yeah, it's just with like west and north, especially those two. Like they don't really do anything for me. And with only
Or
a
they
hanging
make
4, like, I still need 1 complete shape, so especially when you're dealer too. When you're not dealer, you can
Home.
slow down, take a bit more time on it. When you're dealer, I think you really gotta kick with the speed. Kyle's also about to call a nasty hand. Mangan
Honitsu.
minimum.
Yeah, Honitsu with the Dora.
Honitsu with the
Could
Dora.
even
Could
just
even
go
just
for
drop the Dora, go Chinitsu. Could even
yeah,
potentially go towards Chinitsu Toy Toy. You draw a 5 or 6 mon, it's not unreasonable. Even if you
Chinitsu
pair up
Toitoi.
green, you could send it, honestly.
Yeah. I think if this Amon drops, you just call it for Tenpai.
Tenpai on the Dora Tonki.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once cut Dora too. Oh,
Passes
let's
it.
go, the greed?
Once
I mean, I guess
Chinitsu, I
the
guess.
inverse, yeah, the inverse is Shinizu is no, I guess it's the same because of Katagiri Mangan. Not Katagiri
Mm,
Mangan.
Kiriage manga.
Kiriage. My brain's clearly frying by the second.
Yeah, maybe not a huge believer in the Dorataki. Wants to draw into something.
リーチ
That's fair. When you see the South across table and someone playing a Honitsu
Chi.
too, especially in the Dorsey, it's a bit scarier.
Takes the Chinitsu, 7-mon, 9-mon, Shabo.
I respect it.
9-mon is
Green
also,
is Gimbu. So,
yeah,
yeah, and 9 months
Genbutsu.
Gimbu to reach. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Not quite Tenpai. Kevin does have some drawbacks. Ugh.
Ooh, 6-mon, can upgrade to weight. Does take the upgraded weight for 5-8-mon now, but
I like that.
has
8's dead, and
called.
there's 2 5s. It's like really bad. I'd much rather keep. I like the one chance 9 here a lot. Because it's useless to everybody else too.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
Wrong.
the 6 comes.
Goes into the compound.
The E-Pick Otan, yeah. No Uro though, so 52.
Yeah. Not as bad as it could have been, for sure.
Yeah. Not the worst thing in the world, but again, when you start off with minus 40, you're definitely hurting.
Yeah. Well, Steven now taking command of the dealership chair. Pretty average hand to start with.
Yeah,
Can work
not
it
too
towards
much to go
Pinkuish
up.
shape, but might just end up on a Shabo.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at like draw shape, check back in once the first row's done, see where it ends up. I'm more worried about James's. That seems like the best hand on the table to me.
Yep.
That's some pretty
Haku,
good
Ken
Pinzu
Hamutsu.
shape, Haku pair.
Yep.
Pinzu is also the Dora suit. Ooh.
Oh, just again.
Okay, hold on, hold on. There is a green already drops. This could be the recipe. Who has North though? Kyle does, okay. I was like, wait, why is North getting called?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle passes it. No reason to call that. It doesn't do anything. You're probably just looking to play Pinfu too.
Mhm.
Although that green could end up biting Kyle in the butt. You hold on to it too long, James gets to call it, and all of a sudden Daisong gun threat is looking real good. Is gonna need to find the last Hatsu before then.
Alright.
Okay,
Daisong get
just
off the
Shosong.
table. Shosongen, who needs
James
to.
drops it. You gotta respect it. Could
ポン
even go Toy too.
Oh, just take Tenpai.
Well, yeah, you take your Tenpai, but if 6 or 7 comes out, you're instant slamming that. Same with red.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wait, red's Tenpai? Is this an Entotes?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Shabo plus
So
a
it's 5-8
5
Chu. Yeah.
8. What? That's
Chi.
weird. That's a very odd way. I've not seen that. At least I've not seen it in a minute.
So yeah. It's
If
like 5,
Shun
6,
comes, do you
7.
pawn and just drop the 8? It's
Mm,
not
I
furry
think this
10. Wait, is it? No, it would be furry 10.
it's furry 10. If you pass a run, then it's
Yeah.
drops the 7-pin away from the wider weight.
Eh.
Now opting for 6-pin tune.
I
Chi.
think you definitely just play the shape you have, and you just call 6 or 7 pin if they come out, and then
I
you call
think
Ron on
Chi.
I guess one of the advantages to this is that it allows you to incorporate the Dora 4-pin
That's true.
a little
Yeah.
bit more naturally than you might have originally.
I think you still get to incorporate it about the same way with the other weight.
Yeah, you could have
Wrong.
incorporated it originally, but maybe this breaking the shapes down this way makes it a little bit easier. But Chin comes out, and Mangan
Oh
over
yeah,
to James.
yeah. James gonna recover a bit there. Kyle, not the best high pie, but you hit a nasty Conchan fill-in. Maybe do some touch up on that round con, and you'll be looking real good.
Alright, maybe E2,
Yeah,
chances
James is
in
so far.
pay.
Check back in once the second row starts. Got so much fluff to get out of that hand. Kevin with a bunch of clunky shapes, Penchon, Conchan City galore. Probably hoping to hit 5 or 4 so. Maybe try to force an E2. Increase the value of the hand as well. And then Steven again, not too much going on either.
Yeah,
Much
maybe
slower
the
hand for
maybe
everybody.
the maybe the 567 Sanjaku is your half the value.
Yeah, but that's just at a whim. 567 especially, you're never able to call that Sanchoku unless you have 2 out of 3 pieces and you call the last, I feel.
Mm. Me personally, I don't think I call Sanjaku as often as I should, but I feel like I only ever call it when it's like bad shapes, like
Yeah.
Penchon 123s or 79s.
Yeah, I feel like 1, 2, 3s and 7, 8, 9s are kind of the only time you can call it. I'm always super scared on furry 10, so I hate trying to go for it when it's on the inside. I usually
Mhm.
treat it kind of like Ipeko, where you either get it or you don't. Kyle is going
Yeah.
to get Ishanten with that draw. Has a Ryoncon that can kind of bait the 2P out. Then also has the tier 1 Ryanmen with 1 4 Definitely would much rather wait on that, but we'll have to see, especially with time winding down.
Mhm.
Ooh, big feeling for Steven on the left side. And that 2-mon fill-in. Drops
That's the
4P.
4 pin.
I think I definitely want to see a 1P in there. I want to shift to Tanya if I can from that position.
Yeah, I think the 1 pin is also kind of nice because you keep your 3 pin acceptance, but you also have a way of using a second 5 pin.
Yeah.
Well, 5 mon draw. You cut
Yeah,
the
I'm not gonna
penchant.
get the 2-1. Yeah. And like here, I'd much rather have 4 6 6 7 than 2 6 6 7. Even
Mhm.
though the 2 looks a little bit safer. Although if Kyle gets Tempai on 1 4 it would probably deal in. I can't imagine you'd reach on the 1 pin here. Six coming. James trying to threaten Tempai. Not quite there, but very, very close. I think you want to drop 2 so there for max efficiency. I think.
Yes. Two
Yeah,
so I guess we can't read the wall as well.
Oh, yeah, or it literally doesn't matter if you draw your own man. I
Pump.
keep forgetting to just look at the wall.
Yeah, for real.
It really is that easy.
I forgot to put my contacts in. Can't really read the wall that well right now.
7.
Yeah, my cheating glasses for reading the wall don't work on 5 minute delay, unfortunately, so
1.
just nerfed for the casting booth. Oh, but that deal's in, right? Oh, it depends on the weight.
Mm,
You
I
gotta
think
drop
you
5
like the
on here.
3-sided here, 5 mon. It's also Nakatsuji to Kyle.
Yeah, does take it. Looking at 3 5 6. So 5 so would be double run.
4.
Oh, but the 8 comes out. Can deal in just to Kyle, collecting a couple points from Kevin, hitting that reroll.
Nice. Repeat.
Okay, so here is a high pie I can work with. 2P, 6P for the E2 guaranteed. That's the type of thing I'm wanting. Could even greed
Then,
a Dora if you draw south.
mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Okay.
hold on, hold on. Now, if I'm from this position, This is a hand where I'm okay fishing a little bit for Honitsu, even a dealer seat. I have
I
the
can see
E2
it.
upgrade. I mean, especially like dropping like 2 mon first. 2 mon or 8 mon. I think that's fine.
Yeah. And I
You don't
think
have to
it's
do it
okay to think
right away.
about Elitsu here, for sure.
Yeah. This is the
But
case where like the shape is good enough where I'm willing to jam it. Although James on the right is looking to put a pin in that, has pair of East and pair of Haku, and some
yeah.
great shapes.
ポン
And another across the way, 10 unique tiles towards the Kokushi.
Okay. 10 with no pair, importantly, so we could see the swagged out
13
13 sided.
sided. Oh, tile. It's
Um,
just better at drawing.
yeah, Kyle just really showing how to win at Mahjong. Literally just draw better.
Draw better, for sure. Well, we see
Very
Chunho
simple
needs
and
to
effective game
Mitsu.
plan. Yeah, I mean, it's Mangan. Is that if you hit white or no, because then you have to give up at E2. Yeah, so I think you're capped at Mangan here unless you hit like South pair, which is technically still possible, but extremely unlikely. Uh,
Mm,
I think you
and,
just toss four back personally here.
um, I think I would have kept it.
Just dropped one of the honors.
Yeah, I like having the 4P as the head in case Itsu doesn't pan out.
Yeah, you need to just play something quick, get in tempo. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Also lets me just draw around 4 pin and or it lets me draw around a 5 pin.
Yeah. With no white green on the board, you gotta be wondering what's going on too. Who's doing what? What's happening?
This Kokushi is the Enchanted now, actually.
Is it? We're looking for 9 mon, 1 so Haku.
Yep.
No,
One
this is the only place
Haku.
Beach.
it's been, right? Oh, it got the pair.
Yeah.
And that was the only upgrade. Oh, and we're gonna Tonki on 8? That's crazy.
Usually trapped,
Honor
technically.
Theory. Oh no,
Oh, falls
that's really
away.
bad. That's really bad for Kyle. I mean, listen, the honors look terrible, but again, I'm a firm proponent of honor theory.
You wanna believe in honor theory when Toyman is Kokushi?
They haven't overflowed. I'll die. I'll die by the no overflow hands. It's one of those again where 90% of the time, 95% of the time, it's not gonna hit. You don't care. And then when you get hit, you're gonna feel it really bad. You're gonna think about it for the next week. But again, you just have to not get to that point. Simple as
True,
that.
true. 50% of the time it works every time, you know?
I mean, simple as that. You either get Rond or you don't. And all I'm saying is my track record looking up right now. That Mr. B2 flow hit different. We got whites
I
folding, greens are all
bet
paired
it does.
up. No. 6 good.
Mm,
6 still looks really bad.
I mean, if we're folding, then we just the 5P, I think.
Yeah. But I mean, you want to get tempo here.
Right.
See, as
I think
dealer here with Mangan, I think this is one of the hands where Kyle just needs to take a little bit of a risk and push against it.
mhm.
Like other hands, you definitely fold out even from that position, but especially where you're at and like that being dealer, like I think you just send it. If you get Ron, you get Ron's. That dealer Mangan is worth its weight in gold.
For sure, yeah. Or not exact or would have needed either
ポン
DE2 or another Yakuhai in order to push that to Mangan, I'm pretty sure.
But
But
the E2 was close, especially I think if you're playing that hands.
yeah, dealer 340 is obviously pretty good.
Yeah,
No
even if
matter
you
where
don't
you
get
are.
the E2, you're pretty set on that. Ooh,
Okay.
can you spell shenanigans for me? Cause I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah,
Isao
shenanigans pronounced
Maku.
Suiso. Yeah.
I mean, listen, we were all thinking it. Brett was screaming it from beyond, but little bit far. Still have quite a ways to go till I think that's an
Hmm.
actual tangible thing.
Yeah.
Especially with Norse being dead and Greens not looking great, as they are
Yeah.
also dead.
But I feel like James has gotten a lot of these honor pairs and these high pie so far
Yeah,
this
these
game.
high honor pair hands.
Yeah. May
Importantly,
just
this
have to.
is triple Yakuai,
True.
which is pretty
Easy
good.
dealer Mangan.
Yeah.
With the Honitsu and the 3 Yakuhai. But as a consequence of holding all the honors, the other hands are practically devoid. So they're also progressing quite quickly.
That is true, but I mean, no one's really faring that well right now. Steven's pretty close. Steven's Ishanten on a possible ground man, and Kyle is
Also
not quite
Yishanten.
Ishanten. Is it? Oh yeah, Ishanten on the 2-so and 6-9-so.
Mm-hmm.
ポン
Oh, there's a call.
There's one. Okay.
リーチ
Oh, we found
Counter reach coming
Senpai.
out.
6-mon.
Just 6-mon. Not in love with it, but it is a thing you can do within the rules of the game. And I guess it is Genbutsu to dealer and Sanshoku, so it is pretty high value.
チ
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if it's Sanshoku, you just kind of shove it down,
チ
even if the weight's bad.
Oh, dealer finds Senpai. 7-so for 12k. Dealer manga. And so
Very,
happens to
very
be,
scary.
yeah, and Harrison's favorite, no overflow.
That's true. But when you're at three calls is a little different. You know what I mean? Like if you're at 3 calls, it's like, are you really not Tenpai yet? Like, are you really gonna go Hadakatanki?
Right, right.
ロン
Oh, and yeah, the 6-mon works out. I mean, half Suji. Wait, was it Naka even? No, I don't think.
The 3-mon just came out, so it was
Yeah,
not
so I think it was.
Kusugi.
Yeah,
So
it was half.
ended up
'Cause I don't think they were 9.
being trapped. Yeah, pretty good.
But yeah, and again, Genbutsu to dealer too, and you're not dealing into dealer Mangan, you'll take that over it.
For sure.
No era, so
Now,
it's not a Mangan too.
Kevin. Oh, the miss on
Ooh.
the double Ricci chance for Kevin, but wow, this hand is so good looking.
Or no, it wouldn't have been double reach. Would it
Or
have?
or it was Ishanten from High Pie because
Yeah, it
it's
was
a
Ishanten
double
from
sync.
Naka.
Yeah. So if 9-mon was 1 4-mon or 3 6 9, so could have been double Ricci. But
Nice.
alas, well now Sumagiri the entire first row as this hand inevitably fails to reach Tenpai.
Yeah, the Ishanten hell has just started, so grab your popcorn because this is gonna go on for a minute. Or Kevin just hits right now. Oh, I tried, Kevin. I really
ポ
did.
ン
No one can
That's
take that
fair.
away from me. I did try. I tried to do some willing. We are gonna see
That's
James
alright. Kevin
call.
hits here. Okay, never mind. Oh,
Listen, commentator, I think we're still like 50% for the curse tonight for commentator calls. That's pretty good.
yeah, yeah.
It's not
We're doing
bad.
alright.
Ooh, Dora getting thrown by James. Doesn't think it's
Mm-hmm.
going to be used. Especially with no head. I think I like keeping it though on an open end. It's
Yeah,
just like the point value increases so much, especially if you get to pair it up. You may be able to like
right.
pawn it. So
And I
nice.
can understand maybe he wants to keep the tune for a bit of safety, but I think by the end of first row, you can still play towards getting some more value into your hand, otherwise you're just playing for 1,000 points.
There are apparently 9 draws in the wall from Tempai, as noted, from
Home.
Nathan, or from Nathaniel in the cupboard. And I
And,
mean, still didn't actually call for the E2, very interestingly, on that 9. So I think I would have taken that, personally.
mm,
Especially 2 or a 9 out before it. Like, your dealer, you just want to get a reroll.
7.
As much as the reach threat is nice here, I think, I'm starting to run low on time, and then you enter
Home.
into a situation like this.
it's really sad though, because your hand is such a nice Ricci Pinfu at least, and Ricci
And
Pinfu with a
reach
3-sided wave.
Pinfu, if it's just reach Pinfu, I'd rather just take the reroll. I'd rather just
No.
guarantee E2 and take my 1-Han like that.
Right. I think I may have actually just cursed Kevin to just never draw Tenpai.
Yeah, look what you did.
It's actually
Sumiguryo. Yeah, when
we hit.
they say,
Beach.
oh, there we go.
Alright, wrist
Watch, you
lifted.
pot sumo on the last 9, so some
True.
heinous activity. I mean, there is one left. There's still 2 6s. We are outside Ipot sumo range. I guess there's still 2 3s as well. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
We started the
Home.
hand Ishan 10, and we got our 1 upgrade 2/3 of the way through the hand.
Kyle calling really aggressively for this.
Home.
Yeah, doesn't take the Tenpai.
Yeah. You do have Dorapon, but like I think you need to have a little bit better. Yeah, might as well. Just screw it. Go ahead, Akatanki. You're in for a
Honestly,
penny, in for a pound. Drop 6p
yeah,
and
I
just
think
Tonki on 4.
honestly, after calling down, when you call the Dorapon, I would have
If you're
like
gonna
just
open
taken
up this
Tenpai.
far, yeah, you just gotta go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have just gotten it there. I might just con here. Why
Con.
not?
Oh,
Oh, that
oh,
actually protects. Hold on the 5.
okay,
There's still
5
a 5 in the
pin.
wall.
No more 5
The
pins.
2. Oh, okay. Tuso comes.
Oh, well,
Oh, no.
wow.
Importantly, again, like these small decisions, if Kyle would have just taken the Tempai there, even on the Hidaka Tonki, the singular tile, that 4P probably still would have came out from Steven.
Yep.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit, and that would have been a ton of points.
Well, win some, you lose some. And Kevin now back in dealer seat. Pretty good high buy.
7.
Can make use of the Dora 3-sum. And pretty standard hand. Might end up on a 9-so 1 mon. Shabo, pretty good weight.
Yeah, gonna need to definitely develop out a bit more, but worse states to be in is dealer. Kyle is gonna
Kyle
aggressively open up.
is technically
Is
Senpai. No
no,
Yaku
yeah,
right
no
now.
Yaku though.
Home.
Need to get 1 so here. Drop 2 3. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey yo, if I'm where Kyle is, I might actually even pass up 2 mon. I might full
Yeah,
agreed with shape like that. Like it's hard to argue against it. You get
like,
E2 too. You get the
like you call this your Mangan Senpai.
Nah, this one's not Mangan Senpai.
Yeah, it is. It's Honey Suchun, Doros.
Oh, I forgot about Dora. I forgot Dora see it. Yeah. No, you call that 100% then. You go on the 2-5 Nobiton free.
Yep.
Screw Itsu, don't need it.
Well, now you have South Tonki, which is
South
all in
Tonki,
the
same thing.
wall. All in the wall.
It's gonna be a very nasty hand for someone to drop in. No one else even really close to Tenpai.
Yeah, this is hand to beat for sure.
Yeah, and everybody's still throwing in stuff. No overflowed Pinzu yet. If I'm Kyle, I might not even like switch up on the south. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'd definitely switch up. I'm suspecting it's in someone's hand. I don't care if they get it. I'd much rather try to win this. Get my
James
Mangan.
James moves into Ishanten for Tanyo Pinfu. Oh, three-sided 2-5 so.
Oh, I love the three-sided Novaton.
1
It's one of my
But 10-5
favorite weights in the
dealer,
game.
Riichi Pinfudora. 5-8 so.
So,
5 and
which
8
looks
so,
pretty
both double
good.
wrong.
Pretty good. James is thinking about calling. I think if I'm James here, I'd just shove it. Because, yeah, I don't want to take a random draw. I'd rather check 3-mon once if I'm going to do
Alright.
anything.
Question here is, what
I
are you
think I
dropping?
fold.
6 so.
Still wants to keep. I think I fold from that. I think it's too scary. I got nothing good I like there. I think I just throw Forso Gembutsu, especially because it's dealer.
4
Oh,
Oh.
and Kyle switches up the weight to the San Menchon deal then. Yeah, I
Switching
think
it off
I
with
think I like that. You have 3 7s to block, so the 7 says 1 chance, and you get a San Menchon after. The 8 so looks fine.
I mean,
It
the
just
7
happens.
so. Guess didn't
7
really
so it
trust
was 1
the.
chance. So it was 1 chance, and you drew out the last 7 for the San Menchon. It's so good there. And like, I definitely don't want to drop a 7 so there. Tenpai on the or Suji to the reach tile that late. No shot. There's no way I'm risking that.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So think about 1 chance. It is still a chance. You're just really hoping it's doesn't
Not
exist. It's not real.
doesn't hit. But Kevin, unfortunately, also flipped an Ura on that hand, so Kyle ended up paying out 12k for the
Boom.
Mangan.
Yeah.
Kevin now making strong case to take first place. He's another 7,300 points.
That's what it's looking like.
Fortunately, this Haku is also being held by Kyle across the way.
Yeah, not looking good. Ooh, Kanchan filling.
Good
Although the
Kanchan
Mochi
fill.
Mochi Haku is still going to go unanswered.
Right. So, since this hand is really dependent on Kyle dropping the Haku from hand, right and left both have better chances of winning. Especially James dropping to an Onko of the 3-mon. Can now call for Tanyo really easily. Kevin finds Senpai on Izuke onto Haku.
There's that problem. Although, hold on, Kyle might be thinking, no, I'm still gonna commit keeping that Haku. Now the question is, if Kevin starts to wheel towards Tanyo, does Kevin abandon? I can't imagine the answer is yes, but I would be curious to see.
It's possible. But
The
you
way
may
Kevin's
think
been playing, I
that,
think you just keep it. Yeah, this far in. But I mean, if it's
yeah,
this far in and I'm ready on it, who knows if somebody else is Mochi Mochi
right,
and
you
just
can think
waiting
for
for it, right?
Mochi Mochi, and also just holding Senpai is nice as dealer. Especially on the last row, unless someone retreats and you want to fold against them, then. Right. James takes
Ooh, opts for the
Tenpai.
Tonki and not the Ryanmen. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, there are 2 5s dead and 2 2s, but I mean, early Shozu looks pretty bad for this board. Doesn't look
Might
like really
want.
anybody's gonna want to play it, so I kind of like waiting on Tuso here.
The 8-mon is. I don't
It's
know.
1 chance
As
at
a
all.
Tonki, it's not great, but it's Fuji to 20.
1
or to Steven, who has dropped 3 5-mon in a row. And also
Yeah,
Tonki gives flexibility in terms of changing up your weight,
that's
but
true.
I already threw Dora first row, so can't really change the Dora Tonki. And just instantly
Yeah,
rode it back out against Torichi as well.
can't do 1P. No one's playing green. Tempo on just 3-mon, which is completely dead, never coming out. Pixel
Looks like
comes
comes
out,
out,
but not
but
a Ron.
not around, no Yaku.
3P looks garbage. James might fold.
8-mon,
Yeah, I could just throw him on. Actually, I don't hate that.
but
Just decides to shove
3-10,
3P, try to catch somebody off guard with that aim on.
really on my... Alright, we both can do.
Same way, yeah.
Shove 4-pin,
P,
Nakasuji,
red. I think it's going
Mon's
through
Gendo,
Yukoku.
Mon's Gun
Yep. Everybody getting points except for Kyle.
Yep. And we go again, starting with 4
Boom.
pairs and a Dora. Honestly, these shapes are nice enough that I don't really want to play Cheetor.
I mean, listen, regardless of the shapes, you got me in the second half. I'm all about that part of that.
It is a viable Yaku, for sure. Copium.
You know, you could say the same about Shanta. So,
It is a viable Yaku.
so
Copium.
yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I got.
Yeah. Did you know
Ugh.
Chanta actually has more usable tiles than Tanyo?
Boom.
I don't even know what you're saying to me right now, but sure.
Yeah, because Tanyo you can only use 2 through 8 from each suit, which is less than being able to use the 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, and all of the honor tiles.
Kang.
So Shanta has more usable tiles than Tanyo.
I don't know about that. I listen. That's
Don't
some
think too much. Don't think
mahjong
too much. Don't
sorcery.
think too much. Just know that I am objectively correct.
That's like saying a million pennies is better than $10,000. It's like you're right, but at what cost when you have a million pennies? You know what I mean?
Honestly, like,
What are
I'm
you
pretty
gonna
sure a
do
million
with all
pennies is worth
those?
more than 10 grand in like scrap metal value, if we're being
Boom.
real.
For being real, I wonder how many pennies it takes to make the Statue of Liberty with the copper. I'm sure somebody has figured that out already.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably.
that'll be the fun fact for the day between games we look up.
Yeah, I mean, the pennies aren't even like fully copper anymore, right? They're like some compound alloy.
It
Each.
always is. I mean, in this economy, no shot. It's full copper.
Chi.
Yeah, but in this economy, Steven still finds Dorichi waiting on 7-pin.
Kyle on the 3P, but in this economy, not going to be able to afford that one. 3P hard tile to get out. Better chance on the 7. It might come out now. I wouldn't be surprised if James Yosses it.
Oh,
Although it
Hunter
is
comes out.
Dora, so it's a bit tough. It's a hard argument.
Yeah, Kevin does not take the Tenpai there. Doesn't want to push the 3-so against this early Riichi.
Yeah.
Or is it even early? It's not even that early. It's just all of Steven's tiles have been called away.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And 3 calls.
Yeah. How will Steven,
By 3 row 2.
in this economy, and all of his discards being taken?
This economy. I mean, clearly that's how the trickle down calls works.
Each.
Oh, here's Dorichi. Waiting on 1 4-pin.
We get we switch up. Okay, hold on. James pushing. Bold and brash.
Here's the 1-pin. Do we see it switch
Kyle,
to
chance. Can the danger be sensed? And
Boom.
it
and it
is.
can.
Nice. Good read. Good read. Although James is getting closer and closer to playing a Onitsu.
1-pin, 4-pin, now double Ron chance. We've had
This is
a
going
lot
to
of those.
Ryukoku against. This is going to
I,
Ryukoku again, I think. How many
yeah.
7Ps are left? 7Ps dead. There is one
Oh!
or oh, not Haite though, or
Not
Hote.
Haite,
Oh, I forgot that
just
was door 3. Yeah, that's so good. That's a
oh,
comeback hand. Oh yeah,
Kyle,
con into the door 3 for
the
flow.
the huge pickup, 11k points with one hand, or
Yeah,
nearly
Kyle
12k.
takes the investment on the 1P and happens to hit it big.
And this
Works out.
round
Everybody
rewarded,
else in shambles in a Dora
yeah,
recession now with one less
just
indicator, but
the great financial crash of South 2.
the great Dora crash of South 2.
Yeah, and just look at Kyle's hand this round. Haku, Chunanko, and just a Monhonitsu ready built.
Kyle's playing a different game now after that Mangan.
Kyle's
A
feeling himself
taste
for
of the high
sure.
value, yeah, a taste of the value rich hands.
Already
Just gonna
Ishan-san as well.
oh yeah. It's good. I mean, you just shove a call too on the white or like anything.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just push this into easy Mongon.
Yeah, you know, I'll go ahead and say it because I know at least one other person's thinking it, but there is a world where this becomes Suanko as well. We can't rule that out completely yet. I don't think it's this world, but
Pump.
it is possible.
Yeah, I
Is still a
see.
6, is still 4, and there's no
Right,
Haku, so
I see the line. I'm not sure if I want to take the line,
1.
but I see it. Well, there's Tempai for Kevin.
yeah, Kevin's
Take
like,
an 8
I don't want any part of that Suanko timeline nonsense, so I'm just gonna wait on 2P, which
Yep.
looks pretty useless to everybody on this board. I guess not useless to
Pump.
James.
Ooh.
The 8
And
set does not
James
look good.
starting to drop from the 7-8 shape. May see the 8 come
Yeah,
out soon.
Sumo.
it is around door. Oh, doesn't
Well,
even matter.
doesn't matter, just sumo.
Eh,
No, going to the South 4, Kyle
and
with a
that
chance to get back above 30k.
is a high pie, but it's tough. You're not gonna be able to start playing the game for 4 draws. Ooh,
Yeah,
that
but
3P is actually huge, Joe. That's so good.
really nice draw, yeah.
Yeah, just get the honors out. You can draw around it, hit your round nuns. Maybe go for some Entotsu shenanigans, some nonsense later on, but play full efficiency.
Yeah.
Everybody else kind of drawing dead right now too. Steven's kind of close if they hit some perfect draws, fill in some conchons,
Mhm.
but nobody else is really has that great of a hand. As Kyle keeps working on buffing hand value more and more. Keeps getting past post, looking at like a Tanya Pinfu. I mean, potentially, you filling around 7 mon too could just
Chi.
Sancho could do that list. Oh,
Yeah.
do I like that? I don't know if I
Mm,
do.
I
I
think the
might,
hand. I might have skipped the first one.
yeah. I think with especially with that shape, like the 3-3-3-2 is such a good shape that I'm not really
Don't.
scared of that, even though I get this quicker on. Like
Mhm.
I'm behind, I am dealer, but if I'm gonna take a shape, I want to take something else, I think.
Yeah, because all the shapes in the hand were really good, and you had pretty good chances of finishing it closed and getting good value as dealer.
Yeah, a reach Pinfu Tanya there is so big. Even a reach Pinfu is great. So
Mhm. And
I definitely
even though you get the repeat, you're not guaranteed to get a high pie that's
another
actually
hand, yeah.
workable. So
Especially that early on, I don't think the call's worth it. If it's getting like halfway through second row, then I think it's very fair to just call that and go. But
mhm. And this hand, well, the one that stands out to me is probably James's hand, just 2 Onko already.
yeah, just a casual Sanamko on a 7-so draw, 2 turns
Yeah.
into the game, or 3 turns into the game. Still 1 7-so on the wall.
Pump.
But just push for some sort of Chinitsu as well.
I feel like James hit that button and then was like, "Oh, I just hit that button." And then I had to think for a second. I was like, "Oh, now I gotta live with the repercussions of what I'm doing."
Right. I mean,
Guess we're taking the next board turn.
James does need a
It's
does
pretty
need
decent.
a good amount of points to get back above 30k. So pushing for the Chinitsu as Mangan value is not the worst idea.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Kyle is up to 5 pairs for
Do not be
the
tempted,
Chitoy Dora
Kyle.
2.
Stay strong. Stay
The
strong.
Chitoy Dora Tonki.
Stay strong, Kyle. Do not be tested. It's an Ipe Tanyao.
Oh, that
Trust the
3-mon
plan.
seems like a commit towards the Chitoy. Keeping the AP in hand since it's been Suji trapped by the earlier 5p discard.
That is true. A wait on the AP here would be nasty, especially if you draw East into it. That would be nice.
Mm-hmm. Steven has Yishan 10. Really just wants to find the pay call. Last pay, which is being held by Kevin.
Yeah, I don't see why Kevin wouldn't drop that.
Do we see a pawn?
Home.
I want to say so.
Yeah, it
Nice.
makes sense.
But 7-so is dead,
Each.
so this is actually not gonna be a finishable hand.
Ooh, 5-8.
Steven does find Tempai, 5-8-1.
If Kyle's playing it, that'll do it. Although, I'm going to be honest, if James upgrades one more time, I think 8-so's getting thrown, and it looks somewhat decent.
Yeah,
Looks
Go.
better than any of the
okay.
Sozu in your hand, that's for sure. Ends up dealing in, though.
Richinomi.
Richinomi will end it
Oh,
all. Oh, and James actually falls below because of the Homba.
wow.
Wow.
And
So
what a
James
game.
eats fourth there.
Yeah, what an
Importantly, if
efficient.
James, without that Homba, if James and Curly or if James and Kyle end up at the same score, then they split the negative UMA. So they
Yep.
both get -10.
Yeah, -10 each. But as it stands, due to that last hit, Steven walks away with first place, plus 25.4. Kevin gets a respectable third, plus 5 point, respectable second, plus 5.3. Kyle, thanks to the Homba hit, escapes in third place, -10.2. And then James unfortunately falls to fourth, -20.5. And
I think now we're doing, we're hopping to B3 for the end of that one, right?
yeah, and Steven after that
We got
game
our
jumps
JPM
up
on
to
loose.
the top of C1, plus 53.2.
Yeah. Steven with a very good game there.
Nice stable play, picked his spots
Yeah.
really well.
Double first, I mean, was working out, playing the right efficiency, getting high value hands.
Mm, yeah. Evan walking away with a second and a third across these first two games. The last game also had played pretty stably, as expected in the 4-1. I just had a couple of unfortunate deal-ins due to Suji traps.
Happens again. It's still super early too, so there's so much time to go and approach the rest of the season.
Yeah,
Especially if
like
you're looking to
these.
like look back and try to see what you can do differently.
Mhm. In
It'll be
these
super
early
big.
sessions, it's just important not to dig a super deep hole for yourself to climb back out of for the rest of the season. And even if
Yeah.
you do dig the deep hole, then you have a lot
Just
of
knowing
games
that you
to,
have
yeah.
time to work out of it is the big thing. Don't
Mhm.
feel like you're pushed back against the wall immediately. If you're an A1 and you're at minus 84 right now, you're feeling terrible. But if you're at C1, B3, whatever league, pretty much any other league, like you got plenty of time to climb out. Just play nice and solid and play consistent.
Yeah. And we're hopping into the middle of this B3 match. This is their second game of the session. Our dealer right now is Elwin. To our right is Greg. Across the way is JPML Pro Garth. And to our left is JPML Pro Jen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the standings are a bit messed up. Should be noted. Something off with the formula, some Google Sheets nonsense. Jen did not win plus 116.2. She won. Forget, I just had it.
Thanks for the very curly.
21.5. So a very mild first place. I believe that's a 35K first.
Mhm. Elwin presented with an interesting decision here. I think the most efficient cut is the Dora, but you also don't have a lot of extra value in his hand. So opts to cut the 4P first from the Novoton shape.
We're gonna see Tempai for Jen. No reach though. Not a great way. I'd imagine we'll probably see one here though.
リーチ
On the Pinfu, can't pass that.
1 4-pin is the weight. 3 left in the wall.
Yeah, one pin is naked on the board, but when you see two 2Ps out, you're thinking that someone's gonna be tripped up by not being able to play one pin.
リーチ
Although we could see the counter reach.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Garth,
1P. Double round now.
Garth chasing down his fellow JPML pro.
If Greg misreads, could end up throwing in on this 1P. Would be devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, I guess it wouldn't be that bad. Neither of these are too expensive. Look at
Right.
that, reach Pinfu and reach Nomi. Unless, of course, there's a Hannes tile underneath that East right now we don't know of.
Yeah, there's no way it's a Earth 3 for Garth, right?
ロン
No, the 1P comes out. What's the Earth tile? This is
Right.
actually going to be really big.
Alright,
Oh,
cool.
2-0.
No Earth.
Useless. Reach Nomi, reach Pinfu.
Chipinfu, Nora.
I like how it still waits on the Ura for the
Yeah.
second round. That's kind of funny.
It should be noted that since Garth is earlier in the order, Garth gets Jen's Ricci stick.
Yeah, it's actually
Due to
very
the
big.
multi-run, so an extra 1k.
Yeah.
チ
Greg starts out with an Onko of the East Wind.
Yeah, just taking it, sending it off.
Yeah, so calling for the 2 Han hand. Not really much else you can do since the shapes are Conchon, Penchon, Conchon.
Yeah, you don't really have other options from that position.
Garth, pretty standard hand. Does get a nice connector for the 7-8 mon Youngman.
チ
Is likely going to look to call the tune and play around that. Could also end up using the tune as a pair and just going for Richidora. Across the way, Jen also has a fairly standard looking hand. Is Yishanten, but not a whole lot of value. No Dora and won't have Pain Food due to the South being a value pair.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting hand to me, at least, is going to be
チ
Elwin's with the Honitsu. Starts calling to fill that in.
I would be interested to see if like a South or a tune is drawn from Greg if they just abandon this 8-9.
チ
With
Although
Honitsu
Honitsu
looking
versus
close there.
Honitsu. Yeah, I guess
Shinichiro looks
Shinitsu at
good.
that point. No
Yeah,
point in keeping that off east.
yeah. I totally
Shape's pretty
missed it.
good too. You draw 9 mon. There's still 2 left.
Hmm.
You get 4 or 7 mon. Same situation.
Hmm. For sure. And Greg has also managed to work his hand into Chanta on top of the East Dora. So 3 Han hand now for dealer. That's actually pretty valuable.
It's pretty good, yeah, especially with the east. The Anko. I might even consider Daimon.
The con there would
Dealer.
be interesting.
Flip something. I mean, the Han value is worth it, right? Taking the
At 3
condo, you get the
Han,
upgrade.
that's, given that your hand is 3 Han guaranteed now, it's a little bit more debatable because you're already looking at this is 3 Han 40, so it'll
It's
be
39 versus
77,
58.
79, yeah.
Or yeah. Steeler. It's a pretty big jump. I mean, it shows people that you're like threading the board too. You can wait on 7 mon, try to catch your Honitsu opponent off guard.
Mhm.
Oh, but that's a nasty Shabo. 7M south. South
Mhm.
is naked on the board, so it's a bit harder argument to cut.
Right.
Could see the tunes out here from Garth. Not gonna happen though.
Tumon could be called, gets past. Natsu is Genbutsu.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really interested to see how Garth plays around this reach.
Boom.
Just because again, them both being JPML pros, I think they're very, very used to the styles they play.
Yeah. We usually, I think, we tend to characterize JPML or Japanese styles as being a little bit more cautious. But
Yes.
Garth has
Boom.
played a decent amount of online
Hmm.
play, so is more used to taking some of these more aggressive calls, and does end up
Well, the real
opting to.
interesting thing is keeping the South here, I think,
Mhm.
and not just trying to jam that. Because I will say, I think there's also, from what I understand, for Japanese reach, a little bit more emphasis on like honor weights and trying to trick people up with that. But then
Mhm.
conversely, people expect it more, so it doesn't trip people up as much, even if you can get the weight more of the time.
Right. And
And that's kind of what I
down.
feel like seeing there, because I would have shoved that south. I would have just checked it straight up. I would have said honor theory, and that would have been part of the 10%.
True, true.
Earth's
Well,
pretty good high pie though. We got east to boot, some decent shape, pair of 1 peens.
oh,
Oh, oh,
quick little refresh.
just a quick little
Oh, I
refresh around and get back. Hey, didn't miss nothing. It's a
didn't
good
miss
part.
anything.
Boom.
Everyone just decluttering the hands. Are still gonna call that Yaku high. Dora 1 most likely.
Takes the Ryamen Tenpai, holds Chun as your safe entry into Tenpai. Does take the perfect Ishanten here, likes the idea of calling 1P for Tenpai. But finds Tenpai anyway, now weighing 1-4 so.
Yeah.
And
Take the
hold a 1
premium.
so.
You draw an 8P, you get to just move the 5 out for free too.
Hold a 1 so still in the wall. And
Yeah, 1-4.
yeah, can't imagine that I'll stay in these hands for long.
Oh
Boom.
yeah, Jen just tosses it. Lets it rip. I mean, it's not worth anything though. Just 15 in a humbo.
Yeah,
Earth is
Garth
over
does end up picking
30.
up the Ricci stick from last round.
Oh yeah, that is a big deal actually. That is pretty important.
Boom.
Another,
Ooh,
this time an Atazuke
Atazuke.
call.
I mean, has backups too. I think if I'm Garth there, I kind of like throwing south because That feels pretty okay for Toy Toy and 22 backups if I go Mochi Mochi, but I guess if you draw the 7p next turn anyway, you're just always going Adazuke here,
Mhm.
hoping you pull the Haku and you're not Mochi Mochi.
It does end up cutting the 2-4 mon Kanchan before 7-9 mon. I think personally I would have done, if I was cutting one of the Kanchan, I would have done 7-9 first, because I feel like 4-mon is more central and can build into Ryumen more easily. But,
Yeah.
mm,
I mean, I guess Chanta is also on the table. It would be Chanta Sanshoku as well. Oh, Garth now looks like backing up. Like, especially with that
yeah.
5, 6, 7, it's just so awkward. It's like so completed. Oh, may have spoken too soon. And now we
Yeah.
see 8-mon draw and then 8p draw, and everything is terrible. Everything is bad. No, I was kidding. I was kidding! Oh my god. As long as it's not 8p. Oh my god, there's still 3 8ps in the wall. Don't do it! Okay.
There's
I
a
will say though
6-9.
that Honitsu I was talking about earlier seemed like a meme, but all I'm saying is the Honitsu would be
8
up in stocks right now in Gar's hand.
Yeah,
One of those where you just draw nothing but one suit.
well, there is a Honitsu at the table, not in Garth's hand, unfortunately. It's across the way
It's
in,
really good.
yeah, Elwin's hand.
Wow.
Already 2 Dora
Bruh.
Honitsu. So that's
Yeah,
the
that will get
Mangan.
to Mangan.
Yeah. Won't be able to. Oh, it gets a
Ooh.
3rd Dora.
Ooh, no upgrades to Hanemon though, unless for some reason Gen drops 1 pin, which I can't imagine a world where that happens, even for Tenpai. Although this is
Yeah.
Tenpai,
リーチ
Oh,
but yeah,
takes
it's
the
just
2
gonna
pin
opt to
away.
wait on the 2.
Yeah,
1
wants the Dora
Doesn't want
value.
the Tanyao Shabo. I mean, Tanya
Oh,
Shabo's the same
interesting.
way, but hey, baits out perfectly.
Yep, Ichidora, no Ura. Interesting
Don't know if I
Chi.
like that 3-piece sheet. Yeah, I think I just like passing it. Having the 2s and then the 1s is just so good.
Yeah, holding your 2 pin as your pair is honestly pretty good.
Yeah.
But
We
I
go
can
to
understand
Jen.
it. If
Jen's
you
gonna go
cheat a
high
3p
five.
and then toss one of your honor tiles, you could also accept another 2 pin and 3 pin later on as your shape.
Yeah, but it's like
Actually, not really, but
I'd rather just take that. I think the problem with that for me is that like white and red, even if they're naked on the board, are relatively safe. And I don't advance a Shanten, even though I hypothetically increase my acceptance later on. Like,
right.
especially with a reach on the board, I think unless I'm advancing a Shanten, especially when I'm having to push something that's more unsafe, I'm just not taking it.
Oop. Jen is our last dealer. Currently, Greg is looking to make it back
Shanten.
above 30k. Garth wants to stay above 30k in second. And Owen, well,
Oh, is that
still pretty
Tenpai?
close
No,
to
that's not quite
30k.
Tenpai.
Needs to find a Running
We got Elwyn too sneaking up and building a monster.
Mm-hmm.
We got 2 Dora in the hand. Oh my god, we might see Itsu built on top of that.
Ooh,
This could be a
E2,
Hanemon. This could go over 30k.
yeah, this is the hand you want.
I mean, even if you get Mangan Sumo here and you go to second, that's pretty good. Like, I'll take a -2. It's not great, especially when I'm behind. I think Elwyn's -20 in actuality. But,
Yeah, the manga
yeah,
and sumo here
take
is
-2.
honestly good enough. You
Yeah,
just take those
-2, I'm
two.
sold. From where I'm at right now, ending this -2 is a dream.
Now the question is, do you call the 9p and just go all in on getting the E2? don't think
No,
you have
you already
enough.
dropped to 1 Mon too, so you'd be free 10. That's tough.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Garth with a Shabo as well. An ugly little Shabo. Ugh.
Let's stay Dama on it for now.
Gen
Looking
dominant
for
on
some sort of
Itmon as
upgrade.
well. Ugh.
Oh, finds the upgrade. Stays Dama again. Looking to secure the second place.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Especially. Oh, and Ricci would also put Garth below 30k, which is not a risk Garth wants to take.
No, you really wanna get over this. You better have a very confident reach if you're gonna take it here. Yeah, and I guess just dominating for the pin foo is pretty
Each.
decent. Because if I reach here, I don't think it's coming out.
Do you chase this Ricci?
It's Genbutsu though.
Because
Like again, if you reach here, you're never getting Gen in first, and you're just putting yourself in more danger. You don't see any Dora. It's Genbutsu to reach. Like you
Home.
just want to stay over 30, so I think you just stay the way
oh,
it is.
Dora
Oh, on
Pawn.
4-7.
Here's the
Hold on.
Mangan.
This is the Mangan.
Long.
Oh,
Oh, yep. But Gen just steals in. Hey,
yep,
pays the cheap fine. Gen's okay with that. She's
yep.
like,
Good
shit,
Sashikage.
1K to end the game. We're good.
Yep. And Jen, big winner, comes away with plus 27.4 in first. Garth, rounding it out in second after that Dama Pinfu to secure it, gets plus 7.8. Greg,
Yeah,
Greg comes out with
minus
third,
11.
minus 11, and then Elwin walks away with minus 24.2.
Yeah. That's so weird. What is happening? Oh no, that was accurately put in. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Google Sheets. Again, these are overinflated scores. Jen should be like plus 50 right now, I think, and Owen's like minus 50 or 60.
Yeah.
That's the actual for real score.
Yeah, some of the scores you're seeing now are relics of the playoff scoring still being used in the sheets.
Yeah, that
The
seems like what's going on. Although Elwin's is also inflated wrong, so maybe it's like UMA based,
or
but only for like the first game.
yeah,
Or
Elwin was
yeah.
also in the playoffs, but
Was
it
Elwin
wasn't
in
a
playoffs?
yeah. I think it was playoffs to promote to B2 last season, and then
Oh, I
ended up
forgot. I didn't think Elwin
yeah.
was. I must have just had the names wrong. Yeah, that just could very well be it. Would not surprise me. Looks like
Oh,
we got next game starting in a minute, and we are going to have a commentator switch. Unfortunately, I am a little sleepy boy. My powers have been drained after too many correct super sick calls and the sins from them tonight. But we are going to have our lovely man in the cupboard, Nathaniel, come and switch me out. So don't worry, you're trading a good commentator for a good commentator for sure. But everybody keep yourselves tuned in for game 3 starting in just a second.
thanks for the cast, Emerson. Hope you have a good rest filled
Of
with dreams of
course.
Suwako.
I'm going to need to dream a lot more than that for my games tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah. Hope you have nightmares about Chitoy, actually.
Oh, man, you don't got it. Why you got to say that, man? Come on. Take care, everybody.
Take care, take care.
All right, thanks to Harrison for helping out here. And yeah, Philip, these games have been pretty awesome. And I gotta say, this B3 matchup with both Jen and Garth at the same table is one of the ones I was looking forward to the most this season. It happened in the first session.
Yeah, for sure. And we actually missed out on this matchup last season since they got sorted into separate beta leagues. So I'm really excited to see how the JPML pros are playing. Last game, it's actually a two-top Jen and Garth took the first and second places. And we'll see if that trend continues this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit difficult for the other two players, for Elwin and Greg. Your first series is against two very strong players, but the score lines haven't been like ridiculously, off the walls. We've seen some massive wins, some plus 50 firsts, plus 40 first places in some of the other tables, but these have just been plus 21, plus 27 for Jen. Garth picking up small positives in those games as well. So nothing too crazy, although Jen looking to get off the bat here in this third Hanchan with an incredible hand here.
Yeah, really beautiful Ishanten for Honitsu here.
But we don't even want Honitsu here. We want to go further.
We want
Gyuri-so.
more.
It's possible here. If you draw a 6-so, it's legit.
It is really legit here. I just forget this Yakuman exists half the time. Even though it's like in interviews in the past, or not interviews, I've stated in the past that all green is my favorite Yakuman.
Right.
And I just forget it exists every single time.
Yeah, I remember playing in an IORMC series a year back or a couple years back, and looking at one of the logs afterwards and realizing, wait, that's not Honitsu that my 20 minutes template for. That is Gyuri-so.
Chi.
And there's a Chi. So this is technically Tempai, but
we inch closer. We need a 6-so draw now.
Or
2-so.
Yeah, you really want the 2-so so that you can discard the 5-so for Tempai on the 6.
Mm-hmm.
If you draw the 6, you just sumo probably. This is a really nice 3, 6, 7-so weight. But we want more. We want to see the Yakuman here.
We want content. We want juicy stream content.
Greg on the right calls the south. And Elwin draws us another 7-so. So the weight is starting to thin out here. How many two? Oh, that doesn't fit in the hand, really. You can drop the 5-mon here. It's still very efficient.
Delay it slightly.
And Garth pushes the 5-so. That does pass.
Each.
Oh, Tempai found. That means the 7-so come out, and Jen will take the roll for the 3,900. Well, that's about 28,000 points smaller than she wanted to be, I'm sure. But a nice start to this game for Jen again.
Mm-hmm. Really nice. And it's these smaller wins, these normal-sized wins that eventually build up into those huge leads that get snowballed into plus 50s.
And so it will be Greg in the East 2 round, starting off with really nice shapes. There's a small chance that E2 you've got a door in hand. It's likely you'll end up dropping away from the Mon shape as the rest of the tiles are filling in pretty nicely here. To the right, we have Garth sitting with good shapes again, looking for a Ricci, maybe Tanya. You want to use the Dora, maybe Pinfu as well. Across the way, Jen has, again, kind of standard shapes here. Nothing super crazy, but looking for a Pinfu. And on the left, Elwin with a lot of Mon tiles, including a Dora 5-pin. Sorry, a lot of pin tiles and a grouping of Mon tiles. So it looks to be a Ricci, but if you can draw the 3-mon, you're looking good for a Pinfu as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a world, in fact, where you can get 4, 5, 6 Sanjaku.
Oh, sure, that's a world that Elwin would like to live in. Unfortunately, the 3-mon, pretty hard to get on this table. 3 of them in hand right now, only 1 up in the wall.
Interesting choice here for Jen. This is Tempai, but it's not a very good one when your weight is the 2-pin, 3-pin Shampoo. And I was curious to see if she would accept the Tempai or maybe just hold the floating 5-so and discard one of the pin tiles. Did choose to take the Dama here and can upgrade to Pinfu with tiles like the 4-pin.
Mm-hmm. Cannot take this wrong.
Nope, no Yaku here. Not Tanya just yet. If you draw the 6-mon, then you could win with Tanyao.
Yeah. And I think some of the prevailing wisdom is that it's okay to Ricci a hand like this, even though it's Ricci Nomi, just because you add the EV play is to take the Ricci and you stop the other people from developing their hands as quickly, and you also have the ability to take some of these more interesting runs, even though you don't really have the value there.
Well, Jen found the tile she was looking for. The 7-pin allows her to build towards 567 Sanchoku. Should be noted that Garth has been Tempai for a couple turns now on the 1-4 Mon, not willing to take the Ricci here. You don't really want to win on the 1 Mon because the 4 Mon gives you Tanyao and Ipeko in addition to your Pinfu. I wonder if the 1 Mon comes out, if Garth will pass the row. There's Dora in there as well. That's actually a huge hand.
Finds Tempai on 6-9 pin for the Pinfu. Does stay Dama for this. Still has design. Oh, it's free 10 right now due to the 9 pin. But can also walk it down to 5-6-7. Still free 10, but third row, I can understand the Dama.
Yeah, or if you draw the 5 pin immediately, you can take a non-Furiten Tempai for 5-6-7 Sachugu with Tanyao. With Dora.
Right.
Greg calling rather into Tempai on the 4 pin. Doesn't look like he'll be winning this hand anytime soon, as all the 4 pin are held. And now finally, Garth will take the Ricci. Perhaps after seeing 2 calls and so many of the 3, in fact, all of the 3 Mon visible to Garth, the 1 Mon looks like it's very difficult to use. And we'll see if Elwyn ends up discarding it. And there it goes. That's the way to make a Mangan. No Uda required. There is an Uda to make it confirmed. 8,000. Garth pulling ahead after waiting for so long, found the right moment to declare that Ricci, and will take the lead going into East 3.
And is instantly rewarded with a pair of the double East in his dealer hand.
Excellent shapes as well.
Yeah, good shapes to boot. To the right, Gem starts with the Haku pair and a couple of Yamen shapes. Probably just looking to call and go. Maybe can add 6-7-8 Sanshoku or 7-8-9. Across the way, Elwyn has pretty good shapes. There's already
Ishanten, yeah.
Yeah, already Ishanten with your only round. But pawns and maybe playing for Honitsu and Bamboo. And to our left, Greg, pretty standard shapes, has the Hatsu pair and may call for Hatsu Dora 1.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Elwyn discard the door in the first, as the first tile. But is the fastest hand here. If not for Garth just drawing all of these pairs, 5 pairs now, Chitoi Ishanten, but hasn't had the ability to call any of these honors yet.
Right, and it's honestly pretty sad because the double East is actually, having the double East and the Hatsu is more valuable than just having the Chitoi you have right now.
Yeah, 3 Han versus 2 Han. And well, maybe it's not Chitoi. Maybe we're dreaming bigger.
Maybe Zuanko?
Elwyn also giving up the Tempai. Does not want to win just 1,000 points. And greeds all the way for Honitsu. Finds Tempai. Incredibly. And now Garth draws So tiles. After 3 calls, can you push it? Garth says yes. Watch me.
Likes the Hakutanki. Doesn't know it's being held right now by Jen.
Although you're starting to suspect it after so long. Now will Garth take the Tempai? Yes. Double East good enough, and you can win on the Hatsu as well. I wonder if Greg will end up discarding from the pair. I think there are safer tiles.
Right.
I mean, Greg probably still hasn't given up on winning this hand. You do have to push a So tile for Tempai, though.
Mm. Maybe wants to cut the 1-2 pin, given that it's safe against the Honitsu.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Oh,
The
switches to
switch.
7-so,
Yeah,
which is a hell weight.
It's one of those awkward shapes where it looks like, you've got a bunch of connected tiles, so your weight must be better. But actually, it's just still a Tonki weight, and now you have two of your winning tile in your own hand. And one of them's been
Right.
discarded. But the 7 comes out, and it's a winner. Jen deals into the 3900, and, well, I think that's the 3900 that she won in the first hand. So, back to 30,000. Elwyn up to 22,000. And the only difference here right now is the Mangan that Garth managed to win in East 2. So Jen will be dealer now in East 4. Pi looking pretty reasonable here. There's a small chance at 2-3-4 Sanchoku. The door is the 7th, so we see two of them across the table in Greg's hand after the Hatsupon just aiming to call this down for 3,900 or even a Mangan 8,000 points.
Yeah, this 2-3-4 Sanchoku looking even more realistic now after that 3-pin fill-in. Just needs to find a head now.
It just declines the 4-so call. That would confirm the Sanchoku, but does reduce the potential value of the hand. Although with two players opening up now, you start to think maybe I should begin to speed up. Jen now Ishanten though with some excellent draws.
Super wide weight as well.
Oh, I'll pick the wrong Tonki though. It is typical to discard the 8-mon in that position though. You're not expecting to pair that tile up. Garth has found Tepai on the 6-pin. Or a cheap 1,000-point hand. Could she and improve the shape and does do so. Now it's a 6-9 pin weight. And for Greg, will she one more time here? Oh, that's an interesting cut of the 4-pin. I'm a little concerned because if I draw 5-8, so I don't even really want to drop the door here.
Right. I think a lot of the time I would have locked in the 7-so pair. Then the 2-2-4-6-6 shape is actually quite nice, given the 5-pin and 3-pin acceptance, and on top of 2-pin, 6-pin. And then I also get door acceptance.
Oh, well, I guess we accept the door anyway, and now we have a Shampoo weight 2-pin, 6-pin.
This hand is just a monster now, just a Mangan, but it doesn't look like it.
Right?
It calls.
I mean, at most you're expecting maybe 2 Dora, but likely just be one Dora there. But the 9 will come out. Elwyn found an improvement. Unfortunately, both tiles dealt in. And so Garth will end the dangerous hand and will send us into the South round. This has been a very fast game.
Yeah, the pace is electric compared to last game. And to start us off, Elwyn, dealer hand. Pretty good shapes, has a chance at Ipeko around the 3-4 mon. Could even just see 2-3-4 Sanchoku with these shapes. To our right, Greg. Shapes are a little bit worse, a lot of Contran that need to be filled. You could slowly work towards a Tanya or Pinfu. Across the way, are not great. Looks like Garth is playing for the Chanta or Junchan. And then to our left, Jen. Fairly standard shapes. Really nice 7-7-7-8 shape in the mon to work with. And may just be playing towards a Ricci only hand. Could even, I don't know. Some people might push that towards Chimitsu with the only characters. I'm a little skeptical though.
Jen thinking about this though, does let it pass.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a world where you could even end up in Junchan, although it involves drawing a pair of 3-mon. If you draw one though, you can seriously consider this. And Garth also had, an interesting start, just so many edge shapes, and importantly, that Dora Haku, it's really hard to make use of it normally unless you have it paired up. And well, there it goes. Garth does pair it up right on cue. Ishanten now for Chanta door 2 or even Chanta Haku door 3.
Three. Yeah, the Chanta Haku door 3 would be pretty troll, honestly.
I mean, the start of the hand is like, okay, maybe I can call this down and with 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 3,900 maybe. But it's looking like an actual monster now.
Yeah, yeah, Chanta, even though the hit rate is really low, it does tend to stack well with some of these other Yaku and does end up being good value a lot
Yeah.
of the time.
Particularly when the Dora is a hard to use honor tile, like an Offwind or a Dragon. It allows you to make use of it. And there's Tempai Garth on the 9-mon Haku Shampoo.
Yikes.
All those
It'll be
tiles are in the wall
interesting.
too.
Oh no. And this Haku will definitely come out from Elwyn if they ever draw it.
But Elwyn finds the Sumo instead. Tanya will end this hand and give a little bit of breathing room for Elwyn here. In the sense that you've knocked both Greg and Jen below 30,000. So, we still have a few more rounds till the end of game. But if you're in fourth place by the end of things, you want to make sure that someone else is below 30,000 with you.
Yep. You cannot deal in if you just win instead.
Well, that's
unfortunately, this hand is not the best high pie for a quick win. We'll need a lot of massaging in order to get to any sort of shape. Needs to fill in a lot of Kanchan. But Greg has already made a call and seems to be pushing towards some sort of pin Honitsu.
Yeah, it's really far off, but by calling twice here so aggressively, it does make the rest of the table wonder just how close you are. And you've called, an Offwind and a Yamen shape. It's not even in the Dora suit either, so usually you have to be pretty confident to make calls like that.
Right. And it'll be interesting to see how Garth and Jen react, because in their experience, they may expect these sorts of early Honitsu calls to be more efficient. So, meaning if you make these early Honitsu calls, you're just going to be pretty close to Tenpai already.
I mean, look at this. Greg has 4 tiles in hand, and he's Dian Shanten. Still 2 tiles. Oh, right, Ishanten now. Perfect.
All right.
Yeah, we saw the reaction from Garth was to discard the 2-1 Penchon immediately in the Pinzu. Oh, Tempai. Okay. Well, just like that. That's all it takes. Garth might have a way to fight for this hand now that doesn't involve dropping any more pin tiles. Chitoi is certainly an out. Of course, you will have to push either the 8-pin or the south if you want to make use of the Dora Forso.
Right. And the south is fairly scary, especially against the Onitsu players, since it is double south for them.
Right. Elwyn as well, trapped with this south in hand. Currently only 2 players in that state. Really don't want to have to push it. And there it is, paired up. Oh, Tempai found for Garth. And yeah, we'll Dama on the south for Chitoi door 2.
Chitoi, best Yaku, for real.
There is one more south in the... I mean, there's a Sumo! Okay. Would have been Ipa Sumo with a Ricci, but you know what? We'll take the Mangan Garth. Insane, drawing the last one. And that will put Garth in a massive lead now.
Harrison, if you're lying awake in bed and watching the broadcast, I just want to let you know, Chitoi, the way to go, man. You're a non-believer.
Play like the pros. Play Chitoi. And Greg, after, I don't know, somehow managing to pull that hand out of thin air. Not able to win it, though, but does have the dealership Antadora in hand. Bad shapes, although there is one completed block. You've got, Penchon, Kanchan, and another Kanchan now. So it is rather difficult to put this hand to completion. However, with some good Mon draws, you do have a chance. And the 4 Mon really helps here.
Yep.
Gives up,
Dropping the penchant.
yeah, no Itsu. You could go for 2 pin as discards if you wanted to commit to that, but this is certainly the more efficient route. You get rid of the overlapping 1, 2, 4, 5 shape, but overlaps on the 3 Mon, and you keep tile acceptance in the Pinzu. If you drop the 4-2 pin early, then you're basically saying, I'm never going to use another pin draw for the rest of this game, and that really limits your options.
Yeah. And speaking of Itsu, across the way, Jen actually has a decent shot at it in the Pinsu. Needs 3 pins, 6 pin, um, and already has the 9 so to serve as the head if those draws end up coming through. So you could be looking at a super valuable Mangan hand here.
Yeah, I really want Jen to draw the 6 pin. I'm really curious to see if she will go for the Itsu route or the Pinfu route.
Right. I think with the 6 pin draw, we may see the 9 so drop and take the headless shape, sort of hedge. Oh, maybe I take Itsu if I get 3 pin, but still looking towards a more painful-ish cut.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. You could, because if you pair up, the 3 or 4, so then you can take the Itsu. And if you pair up the 1 or 2, you could take the Pinfu. And if you draw the 3 pin, then you just have the Itsu. So the only real punish is if you draw the 2-5. As it is, we did draw the 2-5 before the 6 pin was drawn to hand, so that confirms that we will go towards the Pinfu route.
Yep.
Oh, maybe we have a different Itsu.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen, but since you've discarded the 2 pin, you might as well pose the question to the wall. What tiles are you going to give me? As it stands, we have now worked our way into Tempai for Greg. Oh, interesting. Takes the guaranteed Sanshoku instead of the Pinfu.
I like this a lot, actually. Richitanya Sanshoku. I had a similar, yeah, I had a similar Tempai in my games today, and I ended up also taking the guaranteed Sanshoku, because even though if the win rate gets cut roughly in half by taking the Kanchan, your guaranteed value is also almost double due to the extra Han. So it feels like a fairly good risk versus reward.
Yeah, Richitanya Pinfu is already 3 Han though, 58, and you could flip Uda to make it a Mangan, or you could sumo for 78. The other thing is it's also quite late. I don't know if that still makes me want the better weight here, because the value is so strong. Just 12,000. If you sumo and hit Uda, you're looking at 18,000.
Right.
Now, unfortunately
and
for
I will caveat in my games today when I made this decision, I immediately got punished because I would have Ipotsumoed on the Pinfu if I had kept it. But I also still want the hand, but
Yeah, it's a really interesting question to take the Pinfu or to take the Sanchoku, and I think there's some nuance in that answer depending on the position. But I do, in a lot of situations, like taking the Sanchoku the way Greg did. In this case, all the 3 Mon were held, and so it will be Greg and Garth both managing to beat Tempai at the end, and we'll pick up 1,500 apiece.
Yeah, and I think one of the big considerations when choosing between the Pinfu or the Sanchoku is obviously what turn are you at, and whether you need to prioritize the win rate of your hand. I think in that case, since it was turn 12, turn 13-ish, I think it really is a toss-up. The win rate is obviously really, really valuable, especially since you're dealer and you want the repeat. But,
yeah, I'd be
I've
curious.
learned to be more greedy in your Harmel.
If folks are watching, how many people would take the Sanchoku weight versus the Pinfu weight? As it is, Garth with a very interesting move here in the South round, calling the East, and looks to be aiming for Honitsu. This is similar to what Greg did in the previous round, and there are 2 door in this hand, so Honitsu door 2. Even if you have no Yakuhai, it still is a Mangan, and there's also Shoal Sushi outs. Although 2 of the west have been cut, you can still draw the last west and a couple more south and have a Yakuman.
But do you believe in double Yakumons? So
Oh yeah, drop the Dora for it? I don't know, maybe if we pair up one of these dragons.
Nope.
Oh, Jen,
Or
early
not.
Tempai. This is quite fast. Not even willing to take the Ricci here.
Interesting. Not a
Shampoo.
big believer in the tune coming out after Ricci.
Yeah, probably expecting Garth to be holding one. Oh, there it goes. Just wait one turn. Yeah, I mean, there was 234 Sanchoku upgrade as well, and you expect Bontiles to come out from Garth, but at the same time, you might expect a tune to overflow from Garth's hand as well. So I like the. I think I personally Ricci here, and Jen will hope that Garth finds Tempai in a way that doesn't involve pairing up the tune.
Yep. It's also interesting because it was a Sumogiri Ricci instead of Karagiri with the 9th, though. Seems to want to indicate that everyone should be more suspicious of the 9-pin discard than the 9th, though.
Yeah, although in this case, because it came from an 8-9 block, it really does feel like you're just breaking a penchant, and you found Tempai from breaking that penchant. I'm not sure you can read too much into the Tsumokiri Ricci other than you might not be confident about the weight.
Right.
Oh, there's the pair up of the tune. Well,
Oh. Do you trust the Haku? Given the Sumogiri?
there's Suji 7. I don't know how good that feels. I mean, the 4-pin came out late, and the 8-9 came out before the Ricci.
Right. I mean, you see...
7 doesn't actually feel that bad here. Greg will find Tempai as dealer and take the Ricci, choosing the Shampoo weight. Oh no! Jen's weight is completely held at this point, but so is Greg's.
Yeah, I don't imagine the 6-mon coming out from either of the hand that's being held in.
Oh, 2-mon. It got pushed before Greg's Ricci, but after Jen's, so it's safe from 1, but not safe to the dealer. The dealer pin tiles might be a little scary.
6-mon here? Do you still push?
No.
Yeah.
Garth was running out of safety there. And no Uda, but a 3-40 win for Greg makes things kind of interesting here for first place.
Yeah, direct hit. Now only 24 separation between Garth and Greg.
Still in East 2.
South 2.
Sorry, South 2. And poor Greg. It looks like it's going to be a Tanyao, but we do have the 1-pin. Sorry, 1 so 9 so 1-pin to get rid of.
Yeah.
Potentially Peiko and the Pinzu. For Garth, there's a lone door in hand.
Elwin cutting away from the Hatsu pair. Doesn't want to open his hand. Needs the value.
Oh yeah.
No more dealerships left.
I mean, Greg was down there with Jen as potential targets for Elwin, but now that Greg has won a dealer Mangan and gotten back over 30,000, really Elwin's only fighting against Jen, so you do need more value. And I don't know, Elwin's getting there. This could be Reach Pintu Dora, or you could pair up the Dora as well.
Yeah, slowly but surely making progress. May even end at Dora Tonki. Best Tonki.
Yeah, you really need to draw around that Dora. You have to hope that this hand incorporates the Dora in some way or another. I don't think you'll ever be satisfied taking a Ricci that doesn't include it. For example, if you were to draw into Tempai with a 4-so here, are you really happy with Ricci Pinfu?
No. I feel like you may even just do 9-pin, 7-pin, and just hope to get Samenchan with the 6-mon draw, or even the 7-mon. You can even fit Tanyo in because of that.
Yeah, it is only South 2, so there is some time to recover, even if you're just picking up 2,000 points. Oh, that's Tempai, but it's just a Kanchan weight, and you have to drop Dora for it. So we could see the 5-so cut instead, and hope to end up on a Tanki. Oh, 3-so instead. Okay. It's interesting.
So just fully committing, doesn't want the 3-5-so Conchan. Unless
Yeah.
the 5-so ends up connecting to 6-so, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of looks like you're locking in the 2-so as the pair, but if you drop the 5-so first, you still can lock in the 2-so as the pair. Oh, Tempai again. This time it proves the Dora, and we will see a Ricci on the door indicator 6-mon. Greg could call for Tempai, but declines to, and just pushes the Dora. Oh my goodness. Into the Patsu turn. I'm not sure. I mean, Garth will say thank you and discard the door immediately afterwards. Oh, that's aggressive. Greg's going for it all here.
Yeah. We don't raise no wimps in the USA. Bold pushes only.
Ooh, a Jen with a really pretty looking hand here. Potential for 6 Santroku, but doesn't feel like dropping the 2-mon here. Fair enough, Manzu looks pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Instead chooses the Genbutsu 5-so. And, well, since Greg appears to be fighting, we'll see if he can manage to fight a Tempai. I'm not sure anyone else can get there except for Garth, who has somehow gotten to Ishanten for Chitoi. Tempai for Chitoi? Okay, on the south again. Surely, no way. Another would have been Ipatsu with Ricci, but Chitoi ends it here. And 3,200 after the Ricci stick and the home bar are considered. And Garth will maintain the lead going into South 3 and his dealership.
Garth heard Harrison talking smack on Chitoi. Had to show him what's up.
You know, I can think of one player who's really appreciating the South Tonki right now, and that is Steve from A1. Has definitely an appreciator of the South Wind, and just paying off for Garth here. Just keep this lone South in your hand forever. It seems to be working.
Nope. You can't deal in on South if you win on South, right?
Oh, wow, fast Tempai for Elo and fighting back here. We'll drop the 3-mon. Presumably, yeah, you don't want to drop the Dora. Or maybe you do want to drop the Dora. Set up a Suji trap. Who would wait on 3-mon after dropping Dora, right?
No. Nakasuji actually. 3-9-mon. Having come out.
Yeah, but Nakasuji works a little bit less when it's
On
the Dora.
Yeah.
And a 3 could have come out from a 3-5-7 shape as well, so we'll see if Elwin's able to complete this hand. There are 3 tiles in the wall to win with, I mean, including 2 Dora. So, Ichitsumo Dora-san? That's a Mangan if you can flip an Ura. You're sitting pretty. You could even flip 3. There's 2 chances for that.
Ichi, Dora-san, Ura-san, Sumo for Baimon.
Snap Ricci for Greg. That happens so quickly. It's a great weight. 148. Sorry, 1-4-mon 8-pin.
Nice and Totsu. Now, see if Garth manages to Awachi around this. Do you trust the 3-mon? It's safe to 1 Ricci, not necessarily the other one. Plays the 4-pin Genbutsu first.
Yeah, still has paths to Tempai here.
This is one of them.
Yeah, not super impactful.
8-so.
But it does allow you to pick a Tonki. Oh, and there's the one.
Oh.
Just every time finding the D-Lin tile for the other players. Ricci, Nomi, no Ura found for Greg. However, it's going to bring us to a very exciting all last here. Garth in the lead. Greg chasing him down. And it'll be Jen, who is our dealer.
Yo, Garth looking to just make any quick hand now to end the game in first. And keep first place away from Greg. Has the pair of pay tiles to do it. Can just call and go. Rest of the hand is also pretty reasonable shape-wise. Jen wants to elongate this dealership, make it back above 30k, and is fairly standard, has some Conchan shapes that need to be filled in before anything can really be done. But does get the south pair, can now call and try to get a repeat this way.
Home.
And does. Elwyn still looking for a big hand, trying to either really can't sink anyone else, won't really affect their Uma, so just trying to get as many points as possible and possibly make it above 30k. But it's a bit of a long shot.
Yeah, at least make it ahead of Jen. There is
Mhm.
a, what, 13-5 gap, but we can direct hit Jen
Honestly,
as possible.
yeah, Elwyn is honestly uh, not too angry if Jen gets a repeat here,
Mm.
especially if it's a cheap repeat
Right.
with the south call. Just re-roll the hand, maybe just roll a 10 ho next round, you know?
That's all it takes. Oh, a nice draw for Elwyn, and you can drop the 8-9 Mon Penchant and go for Tanyao. Holds on to it. This takes a headless shape instead.
And this is not awful. You can draw. Oh, con.
Con makes sense. Oh, flips 3 door and into Tenpai!
Beach.
Tenpai, Doratonki.
Oh, Dorataki
no,
would be, that would be ridiculous. There are two in the wall, but takes the wider 3 6-pin weight. Ricci, Dora 2, Dora 3, 2 8-so and 1 4-pin. So this is a Mangan, and things could get crazy. The rest of the table has to seriously
Ooh.
consider. I mean, okay, you there was a con, there's a Ricci, but then the Ricci was the Dora, so could it really be that bad? The answer is yes, it could be that bad. Could be worse.
This is a Baimon comeback, possibly, if we flip Ura 4. Can we flip Ura 4?
There is one left, I believe.
Oh?
Still
It's possible.
possible. Two indicators as well. How good is the weight? The 3 6 has 4 in the wall. Not terrible.
Oh, it's actually pretty good.
At Jen. Oh, there it is!
Oh!
We'll check the Ura! Ichi, Tsumo,
Ura.
Dora 3. Oh, nothing!
Oh!
Nothing. And, well, it was a valiant effort from Elwyn after taking some bad beats in this game. Does minimize the damage. Still in 4th place by 1,500 points. Oh, even one Ura would have been enough to take 3rd there, but that final hand was played well. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten Tenpai. That 8-9 Mon would have been out of my hand. Elwyn just knew better. And did a good job to pick up 8,000 points before the end of the game. And so, fair fight. Garth, plus 26.5. Greg, in 2nd place, 13.2. A really interesting battle there that all came down to who could defend from Elwyn's Ricci better. And it turns out Elwyn found the Tsumo. Jen ate the Oyakaburi in that last hand, so paid out a little bit more, negative 14.1. But still feeling pretty happy with the 2 first places in the first 2 games. And it is Elwyn with the 4th place, but negative 25.6 certainly is a nice recovery.
Yeah, and definitely much better than what Elwyn had going into the South 4. Mangan really providing some cushion there from the Uma hit.
Okay, let's see if these scores are current. They are. Oh, well, the scores are a little bit messed up anyway from the overflow from the previous playoffs. So I'd have to manually compute them. And they have played 3 games now. I wonder if they're playing a 4th. You might expect it because scheduling when half the players are in Japan and half of them are in the US is understandably a little bit difficult. But we'll just wait and see.
It looks like they did start their last game.
So it'll be about 4 minutes before that game starts. Perhaps we'll take a quick 3-minute break, come back a minute early with the scores computed and everything prepared for this final game. So we will see y'all in just a bit. All right, we are back for game 4 of this B3 table between, well, let's go in seating order between Elwin, Garth, Jen, and Greg. And it's been interesting. The first few games, we had Jen and Garth picking up 1 and 2 in the first 2 games, and it was Garth and Greg going 1-2 in the second game. The final totals after 3 games, Garth in the lead with 43.4 points, Jen second with 34.8, Greg in third with -4 points, and Elwin with -74.2 has finished fourth in a few of these games, but has done a pretty good job of minimizing the damage in some of the games. So we'll see if he can make a comeback here in this last one, starting off as dealer in East 1. And as the dealer, reasonable shapes. Got a Diancon in the Sozu to fill, and a couple Diamond shape, 2 of them in the Pinzu. And so definitely a chance to make up some points here. To the right, we've got Garth, who is working towards, could be a Tanyao. This is interesting shape because you might think about Itza as a possibility, and ends up dropping the only pair in the hand, assuming that he can find one later on. Across the way, Jen is working towards Arichi here. It's a little difficult with the 4-6-7-7 shape. We'll see how that shape particularly develops. And then Greg on the left. A few pairs in hand, but could be good for Arichi Dora 1.
Yeah. And Garth's play pays off. Draws the 7-mon pair now. Now Ish on 10. Make that Tenpai. Ricci Pinku Dora with a chance at Tanya as well. On top of that. But we could see 1-mon come out fairly soon.
Yeah, Jen on the Ipatsu draw finds the 1-mon, but holds it for now. Oh my goodness. Well, you said there's a chance at Tanyao, and it's drawn on the Ipatsu turn for Hanemon.
Good Hanemon.
Even a bonus Uda. No Ipatsu necessary, no Tanyao necessary. Got it all. And well, it looks like Garth might be good to be the leader out of this group of 4, assuming that he can just hold on to this massive lead in East 2.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about how there hasn't been some huge defining game where someone's really run up the score. It's just been a lot of really good positional play. And I think Garth heard us and has decided to take matters into his own hands.
Absolutely.
We'll be turning in a +90 for this game for sure.
Well, we'll see if that comes to fruition. Pretty good high five for Garth here. Has the ability to call the Hatsu down for a fast hand. Not a lot of value as the door is the east, and it's a little bit tricky to use. In fact, Jen just discards it really early on. Decides that her hand is working more towards a traditional Ricci or Tanyao, perhaps. That isn't going to use the door and wants to get rid of it sooner rather than later. It is one of those tiles, you know, these wind Doras that if you hold on to it too long, it could get you into some trouble. Really interesting shapes across the way for Greg, though. This is actually Ishanten.
But has a decent shot at 5-6-7 Sanshuku.
Yeah, if you can draw around the pin shapes. You do have to find a pair in that instance, but you can easily trim down the 1-mon Anko to make that happen.
Right. And to our left, Elwin. Pretty standard shapes. 4-5-6 Sanshuku is probably looking like the best path for value. Can even fit Anya into this as well.
Yeah, Elwin looking for value after, at no fault of his own, falling to 4th place, just from being dealer.
Garth, nice Tenpai.
Wow.
Just has an Anko of Dahatsu now, and 2 5-pin is the weight.
Yeah, at the start of the hand, it was looking pretty bleak in terms of potential value because it looked like you'd have to call the Hatsu and you have no Dora. There's no Akadora in this league, so just 1,500 points for Garth. But then you draw the Anko yourself, and then find Tenpai, get Ricci, Hatsu, potentially Tsumo and Uda, and all the bonuses. Could be a really expensive hand here for Garth.
Yeah. It all links back to our favorite quote. Just sumo.
And we'll see.
Go.
Oh, there goes
Go.
the 2-pin. Elwin playing safe to the second Ricci. Does deal into the first. And there is an Ura for the 77. 3 and 40 3 Han 40 Fuhan. Garth maybe is aiming towards that plus 90. Oh!
Oh my.
What is this high pie?
No. Say it ain't so.
Haku is in the wall. All 3 of them. The Chun is in the wall. All 2 of them. It's just...
Garth. Garth. I was joking. You don't have to actually get plus 90. Hello?
Okay, no Daisangan.
No Daisangan. We'll settle for Shosangan. I guess.
Shosangan Honitsu. Hanemon is dealer. I guess that's good enough.
I guess it's good enough. Because there's no way Garth recreates his Baimon from last season.
Right? A common
Just no way.
interesting.
No way.
Could Chi for Tempai here, but wants the draw, values the draw more than the Tempai.
Yeah, really wants to call Chun for Tempai.
And I'm watching all the draws that Jen is getting. Those would be Garth's draws. I want to see if she draws a dragon.
Ooh, backfire on the south. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the hand really looked like Tanyao. Especially because you want to incorporate the Dora. And it looks like
Yeet.
Garth is doing 22. Oh, fast Ricci from Elwin. Okay.
Okay. But Garth, you have so much value. Are you willing to let this go?
I
Keeps
don't think
pushing.
so. I mean, when you, in your expected value computations, when your side of it has 18,000 points, it does tend to tilt you towards the push angle.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah, Korak makes a good point in chat. If on the earlier chief that Garth could have taken for Tempai, it still gives you bad weight Tempai, so you probably passed that. But if it had been 8-pin and you get the good weight out of it, then
Right.
I think Garth could have taken it. But we do not see the Shosangan come to pass, and Elwin gets some small revenge with 3,900 or 2,600 win.
And so we'll shift us into East 3, Jen's dealership. Ooh, pretty high pie.
Yeah,
maintains a
really
headless state here, actually. It's kind of interesting. Holding on to this East. Diamond shapes everywhere. There's abundance of them. Too many of them, in fact.
We'll have to trim down one of these, hoping to draw into the 7 so as the Dora pair, but you'll also take the 6-1 pair as well.
Perfect. We have... I mean, you can still draw the 7 so and be very happy. Pull across the way from Elwin will again aim to chop down dealer with a fast hand, but not going to chop this one down that easily. Jen with a Ricci here. Ricci, Pinfu, Dora 1, potentially Tanya as well if you can win on the 6 so. There are 4 tiles left in the wall for this weight. Oh, well, if it's not Garth getting a Patsumo, how about Jen? I know Ura, but 12,000 points. And...
Wow. It's the JPML show here tonight.
Okay,
Wow.
I have to shift away from dealer and look at the nonsense that's on our left.
Oh, Garth, why? Bro!
What is this?
Hello?
That's Suanko Dianshanten. It's Ishanten for a normal hand, but you don't even want that. You have Honitsu, you have Suanko, you have just Toy Toy Honitsu.
How do you just start with this?
Oh, Suanko Ishanten on turn 2! Alright, 2-pin, 1 in the wall. 4 so. 1 in the wall. South came out. I don't... Oh, does call for Tempai. Okay. I'd be really tempted to pass the first one the way the flow has been going.
Garth is a better person than I am, for sure. I would 100% pass that.
So now at best it's Toy Toy Saranko.
Still a Mangan.
Yeah. Yeah, notably, we do not see any cons here because we do want to keep the Saranko chance, as you noted in one of the previous games.
Mhm.
And there goes the 2. Actually, this is really ideal. If you're going to hit someone for Toy Toy, how about your closest competition?
Right.
Oh, what could
A
have been?
beautiful high and it ends in Toy Toy.
Only 3,200. Well, that's the second potential Yakuman that we've missed out on. Not only in this game, we also saw Jen with Yuiso Ishanten missing
Right.
out. Well, missing out in the sense that she won before finding the appropriate tempai.
They're doing something in Japan, man. I don't know what's happening.
I was bleeding into the
Well-
Armel servers. I mean, all the games in Armel this season so far have been pretty wild. So
Yeah. Is it because we didn't have to remake the lobby this season?
oh, maybe that's the key here.
We finally accumulated enough flow in the lobby for everyone to use.
I like that theory. I'm on board. Well, Greg with the headless Ishanten now will keep the Yankan shape. And I mean, this potential 9, so Taki is looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, I dig it.
We do see Jen calling Hatsu now. We are Ishanten.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
But Greg might hold on to that one mon a little bit longer. Because one mon Tonki is also very juicy and you have Itsu upgrades. Oh, there's the 2 mon.
Feels bad.
But still,
Really
holding on to the 2 mon is fine because we can end on a nice Nobiton shape. As well as just redrawing the 1 mon.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, Jen actually passed Tempai from an 8-mon Chi earlier on. Seems to want... Not sure why that got passed. I guess the 2-mon 1-pin weight doesn't look too appetizing.
Beach.
But Greg finds a second Dora, but it may not matter, because Elwyn finds Tempai, Ricci, 3-mon 7-pin.
It'll be difficult for Greg not to deal in here if a Mon tile is drawn to Tempai. However, if you draw around the 7-pin, then you're certainly safe.
Mm-hmm.
With 2 Dora as dealer, I think you're totally willing to push. Although it is 4th place Ricci.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe since it's your first dealership, you're still fairly willing to push.
Oh, Khan!
Khan!
Khan into the dealer tile!
Ooh.
Jen doesn't want to drop that 7-pin.
Oh.
The new Dora is the south, and that is not very helpful to any of these hands.
Yeah. But the extra Ura indicator, really nice for Elwyn, who's trying to make up lost time, lost ground from the last few games.
Ooh, it's really efficient to hold on to the second Nobiton shape, but Greg again
just looks so sus.
It does.
Now there's a 6-pin Kabe, so
Yeah.
it looks a little bit better. That may actually just come out.
There's
but we
Tempai.
have Tempai. Do we chase it down? Your dealer.
There are 2 8-pin out. Well, Dama, not believing that in 6 tile that's enough time, but there it was. It would have been Ipatsu Ron. You knew it was going to happen the moment the Dama came out. Oh, and then the 7. I mean, most of the 9s were out. I think 3 9s, 3 8s. It only deals into Shabo, but Shabo it was. And Elvin will pick up a nice little win here. Moving him closer to the 3rd place mark.
Yep. And someone in chat mentioned that Jen has previously said during streams that she prefers winning a lot of smaller hands rather than going for some of these more spread apart large hands. So maybe a play style of
1
why the G was passed.
Interesting. Garth with a very early Ricci
Yeet.
Kenfu Ipeko, but immediately chased by Elwin with Ricci Dora. Garth certainly with a better weight here, but
缶
into the deal tile. Well, if there's anything we've learned in this game, it's if you con, you're drawing the deal end tile.
Yep. No
Yeah.
more cons.
That
Another
Uda as
reason
well
for-
would have been for Uda for Elwin. Fortunately, misses on Garth's end, so only deals into 3900. Oh, what could have been?
Another bad beat for Elwin.
Yeah, seems to have been getting hit by a lot of those in the
Hump.
series. Garth now, our dealer in South 2, has the
Yep.
Haku pair and a Lodora.
Seems pretty standard. You can just call this, get your repeat. Hopefully.
Gen the ability to accept the Dora with a 7-9 Mon shape on the right. The rest of the hand not looking that great though, and early Dora discard from Greg across the table. Took the south and seems to just be willing to call this down for a cheap hand, or maybe it turns into Honitsu. Looking like it's turning into
Seems
Honitsu
to
here.
play. Yeah.
Okay, so chance at a little extra value for Greg now. And for Elwood, we're just looking at a Ricci 2 away from Tepai here. Oh, that's a nice little improvement. So 3 Yamen shapes, and you can discard one of your pairs. You could even drop the Wonso pair and potentially end up with Tanya as well.
Right. Looking pretty good, especially with your door
Huh.
acceptance.
Oh, Khan!
Come
I think that's 3 hands in a row with a Khan. And that flips 6-so to be Dora. Well, that is the Honitsu suit. Greg would happily accept a 6-so. But currently, it doesn't really affect any of these hands. Garth can't... Well, I guess Garth can use a 6-so. Elwin can't. Jen might find it a little bit tricky to do so. It doesn't at least
6-so.
immediately complete a shape, although she certainly could use one.
Right. 6-so is actually 3 of them are still on the wall. Make that 2. Fortunately, a bit hard to incorporate now for Elwin.
Although now it's the Dora, Elwin will hold on to it. We are approaching dangerous territory to be holding on to this, as Garth has already opened up as dealer. Oh, but rewarded 5-so is the perfect draw in some ways. You might just discard the 2-3-so because you're Hoodie 10 on the 147. But Elwin believes that he can draw the 147 first. And avoid the Hoodie 10. There's also Sanchoku as well, 5-6-7. We'll see if the gamble pays off. Oh, another Dora. We can drop the 3-pin now.
Okay.
And I don't know, if that 6-so comes out from any of these hands, you could pawn it into Tempai. Even though you've discarded one already.
Always funny. You discard a tile early and then on the end of second row you just pawn it back.
Jen had an
No,
interesting
that's
choice
it.
to make. A lot of times you just discard one of your pairs in this situation, but
1
there's a route to Tanya that she finds. And wow! Holding on to Dora pays off. Elwin now with Ricci, Tanya, Dora 2, and Garth draws the deal and tile immediately, but it's Dora! You can't drop that. And Garth has actually dropped 4 of the winning tiles already. Another one across the way, and then one being held. So only 2 tiles left in the well for this Ricci. This might be one of those situations where you want to Dama? Maybe. I mean, I guess if you're rolling the 5. Oh no, just Sumo! Ricci was the perfect play!
Just Sumo.
Uratsu, the Tapaimon! Bound 2 unique tiles, the 4-so and the 7-mon, and Elwin's back in the game.
The faithful have been rewarded. Always reach your important hands.
Yeah, it's hard not to with 2 chances at Ura. And pays off in spades. Drew the Dora, flipped to Ura, just perfect. Every single tile was important there. Every single Han was. And, well, it is now Elwin and Jen tied at 28,900. Jen is our dealer, and aiming to win another fast hand here. Potentially Hatsudora 1 or 2 for a chance to make it over 30,000. Greg has fallen into 4th place as a result of that huge sumo, but has 2 Dora in hand, and maybe there's a Richidora 2 brewing in the near future. Across the way, Elwin, after that big win, what can you put together? And it looks to be just good shapes, like a Ricci Sha, perhaps? Get a nice shampoo weight.
Ricci Shaw looks pretty good. May even be content to just call and try to get back above 30k.
Yeah,
Although,
if you sumo, then you can take your 1,100 points and be exactly at 30,000. And you were right about the call. Tempai already on the 3-6. So,
Ken is not far behind, but Liang Shangten.
yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see what Jen does with this Dora. Do we end? Yeah, exactly. Do we end up on Dora Tanki?
You really want to end up on Dora Tanki, honestly, because it's also Suji trapped for you. But the 3-sided weight, the win rate, kind of important, especially when you're trying to keep your dealership. But now 7, so Con?
Don't think so. I think part of it will depend on what you're planning to do with this Dora, but I think Jen is willing to drop the Dora if she finds a good tempai. Because I'm not sure that 2,900 versus is that big of an improvement over the 1,500. They both move you over 30k. And yeah, we'll find the tempai. Another question is, will you pull into Greg? And yes, pull into Ishanta and Headless.
And Headless Anko, but there's 8-pin. If you draw, then you fill any of your rounds, and the 8-pin comes out.
But there's the Tsumo, and that's important. The extra 100 points that you get from the Tsumo means that Elwin is at 30,000. So if Garth or Jen wins a hand with a direct roan off of anyone not named Elwin, then Elwin will finish with a positive score.
Yeah, and now it's a mad dash between Elwin and Garth, kind of, because Elwin wants to win any hand to stay above 30k, but Garth is looking to sumo any hand or get a direct hit off Elwin to get 3 people below 30.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation if you're Greg because everyone has incentive to win quickly, but Greg just has the nuts, flips cons for Dora. And that's visible to everybody.
This is starting to look reminiscent of last game, no?
Right? And now I wonder how Garth plays this, because Garth has the East that Greg is looking for. But if you discard that, it gets pulled, then all of a sudden Dealer has Yaku with the Dora 4. And will Garth just choke this East for eternity? I mean, he was willing to drop the North, but you'll notice like the 6-mon came out before the East or the Chun. I wonder how long Garth will hold on to this. Again, 3-pin comes out before the East or the Chun. Jen is willing to push the Chun though. We'll see it pass safely. Elwin, who's looking for the South to call, is a little bit disappointed to see one of them sitting in the dead wall as the door indicator.
Chun's coming out now, and the East is soon to follow, I guess. Seems like Garth has opted to try and push in order to end his hand before Dealer can convert on these 4 Dora.
Still holding on to the East instead of this 9-7 block. Jen can build a Tanyao here. I mean, at this rate, Garth might use the East in this turn into Honitsu.
Right. Oh, Korak mentioned that Dealer passed a 3-so call, and seems that doesn't want to lock in for the Onizuke on East.
Yeah. But Garth thought a while about that 3-so. I wonder if he was seriously considering the Honitsu.
Oh. Oh.
Is that a toy play?
If we're dropping 5-6 pin, I guess really valuing the 2-so and 4-so
Kang.
calls.
Khan
Oh.
flips 3
Oh,
Dora.
3
What is going on with these
Dora.
cons today? You know, sometimes the cons don't help the players, but we've seen twice now, actually 3 times, where a player cons and turns one of their onkos into Dora, and will be
There it
Ishanten.
is.
I say
This is-
Ishanten because it's technically Tempai, but there's no Yaku here. So
Right.
do we drop the south? You could go for
you do.
Honitsu and drop the pin tiles. That might be the better play here. Oh, the east is drawn! Greg might be going for Suanko.
Oh no.
But if the 5 leaves Elwin's hand, he'll certainly be pulled. Oh, which pair do you
here's
keep?
5 pin.
Drops the 5 pin.
Drops the 5 back. And Garth is just trying to find a way to use this east without dropping it. Has found a Honitsu.
This hand, we knew it was going to be crazy. We didn't know it was going to be this crazy. There's a 5. And we see a pulling into Tempai.
2-so, 4-so.
Oh, but this is Tempai for Elwin. Which, wait, do you drop a Dora? No, it takes a 4 Tonki.
Okay.
1 4 pin left in the wall.
2 2-sos in the wall.
Jen Ishanten. Oh, that's a deal in tile,
no,
and it's Suji.
no.
But look at the hand. You know it has to be a Toy Toy or a Yakuhai. It doesn't matter. It comes out. Toy Toy Ton Dora 4 Hanemon. 18,000 points going to Greg, and this will exchange places once again. Elwin's so close to taking first and instead falls to fourth. It's Greg who's back in the game now, challenging Garth, who was correct, held that east the entire round, but Greg just drew it himself.
It doesn't matter. It'd run from it, hide from it. It's inevitable.
You can't
You
run
don't
away
follow
from
on
Greg. He
lives.
will get there. And Elwin trying to come back with anything. Honitsu, Hatsu, maybe Toy Toy just finding value. If you direct hit Jen, you can take 3rd place here. Good luck. It's going to be a difficult task. Might not even... Oh, does G it. Okay. So again, just in damage control mode again. Really difficult situation for Elwin.
Yep.
And for Greg, you don't even want this to happen. You don't want to let Elwin complete this Honitsu because you have a chance at making first. So Greg will open up here for a Tanyao.
Yeah, you're so close to first. Like a dealer Mangan or 3Han, 4Han, something. 4Han, anything will get you up there.
Might see a 6, 7, 8 Chi, and now 2 away from Tempai. Jen also extremely good shapes. This Tempai, or sorry, this Ishanten is very wide.
Earth also slowly making his way into Ishanten.
Another call. That one might be a bit more dubious.
Yeah, you just got rid of your pair.
But you can pair up any of the pin tiles. And there's the pair.
Oh.
Greg just knows better. And this is
Just be better.
Tempai. Just know what tiles draw. And oh no, Elwin draws the deal in. So it'll be another 1,500 points plus Homba going to Greg. And the march to first place continues on. Greg fell just short in the last Hanchan. We'll see if he can pull off the comeback in this game. 2 Homba. South 4 still. Dealer High Pie looking pretty strong with Adora and reasonably good floaters. Elwin with Haku probably passes the first one, but might call the second one. And across the way, Garth starts with an Uncle of the 3, so, but that connects to the 4-5 really nicely. Dora 4, so. Just looking for any hand to end this. Danger from Greg.
Good fill-in for Garth with the 4-mon draw.
Now this is a really interesting hand for Jen with a couple of honor pairs that are not Yakuhai.
Right.
Could have been Chanta, but
Really
discards
looking-
away from the 1-3 shape. She only needs a 1-Han hand in order to make it over 30,000.
Yeah. Unfortunate that none of these are values. I think if the condition was still a 2-Han hand, I might have just seen a push for Honitsu.
Hmm.
The double honor pairs.
Yep, good draw. And we look back at Greg's hand. It's improved a little bit, but still a lot of work to go.
Honestly, Cheetoy might be closer.
Wow, Garth. This is Tenpai
Okay.
for Tanyao Sanchoku Dora Adamaten Mangan. Elwin Ishanten for potential son uncle. Oh, but there's the Haku. The last one will come out, presumably, and Elwin passes it. Needs more out of his hand.
Each.
I guess we're playing for Swanko, but here is Cheetoy.
Yeah, can't call that 5-so anymore. So folding out. I mean, if Greg wins this hand, we will go again. So Elwin will have a chance to catch up to Jen. And Elwin's really just hoping that Jen deals in here. Oh, Jen, who's paired up another set of honor tiles. This time it's the Yakuhai North.
Can Garth maintain this tempo? Can throw the 8-so, but may not. Yeah, does do that.
Yeah, so now the weight is the 2-5. We no longer have the Sanchoku, though. I mean, if you're Garth, you really want the Mangan, but you don't need it. Just any hand is good enough.
Anything that'll lock in your first place is great.
Now, you are a little bit suspicious that perhaps you're dealing into Riichi Tsuji, but judged that it was the safer route to go. And Jen passes the north here.
Yep.
It's only one tile on the wall, I believe, for Garth. The last two mon.
I can take tempo here. Oh, doesn't take the immediate 1-so tempo. Wants to wash it a little bit. Elwin finds tempo.
One so, 3-so. All the 3-so being held by Garth. And the 1-so still in the wall. That tile that Jen was suspicious about, the 1-so, now dangerous for real this time. I mean, with a 5-so Riichi, it does look very suspicious. And oh my goodness, this is a super wide weight. 147 as well as the 2. So
2, 5. Or, yeah, 2. Yeah.
And there's that sumo on the 1.
No.
Wow. Riichi, Tsumo,
Don't
Pink Sora.
stop. Well, don't stop for Garth.
That's it. Garth with another first place. I think Garth went 2-2-1-1 in this series and will definitely be the overall leader after all is said and done. Well played.
Really nice. Garth coming in on top with a plus 36.7. Greg was not able to fully complete the Gyakuten, but ends up in second with plus 8.7. Jen did not end up finishing above 30k, could not find Tenpai, with minus 8.1. And Elwin, the bad beat continues, ends with minus 37.3.
And so for Garth, that's 80.1 in a set of 4 games, plus 80.1. That's quite a good start to the series. And for Greg, a moderate positive here, plus 4.7. Respectable. As long as you're staying positive over the course of a series, you're very happy, and especially when you went up against 2 pros. To finish positive at a table like that, you're feeling optimistic. For Jen,
Beers are good.
yeah, absolutely. 26.7, a nice positive score for her as well. And Elwin took the brunt of this one. It was always going to be a very difficult series. But there are 5 more weeks after this one. And, well, at least you got the chance to play against 2 professional players. And hopefully there will be some interesting things to learn. Also showed some very exciting plays. I mean, it seemed like every time there was a con, Ellen was one of the beneficiaries, but unfortunately, oftentimes was Tempai that dealt in, despite having huge hands. So hopefully the luck swings in Elwin's favor in the next series. That was a really exciting set to finish us off for the evening.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what they say about con? 75% of the time it helps someone else on the table, but that does mean 25% of the time you flip a 4.
Well, I guess that's
We
one way
do
to think
hope,
about it.
right? We do hope that the cons end up working out in Owen's favor later on in the season.
All right. Well, we had a pretty packed evening of Mahjong jumping all around the league, and it was definitely a lot of fun to watch. But that will be the end for us. Mahjong broadcasts are back. It is the spring session, second week of the first session, and as is typical with the first session of Mahjong in the league, most of the games are being played in the second week, and it is going to be really packed in the rest of this week. A ton of games on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We will be broadcasting for sure on Wednesday, our typical broadcasting day, and that starts as early as 4 p.m. Pacific time. That's 7 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to tune in then for some A1 action. It will be Korak, Steve, Matthew, and Max LPY. So 3 names who have been in A1 since the inception of the league. Who are all very well known in the Mahjong community and tournament community. And Matthew, who has shown a very good showing up till now, just promoted out of A2, in fact, into A1. So it'll be Matthew's debut. And that's a really tough table to go up against in your first season in A1. But having watched Matthew play a lot throughout the course of the season, I'm sure he will be up to the task. Beyond that game, it's just everywhere around the league. B2, followed by C1, followed by A2, followed by B3. Just 5 unique groups in a row, followed by B1. So in fact, every single division is going to be playing Wednesday night. We'll catch as much of it as we can. Some of those games will be simultaneous for sure. So be sure to tune in on Wednesday. If you would like to see any of our previous broadcasts, those are all available on our YouTube channel. And that can be found at the link tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. Make sure to follow us on Twitch and visit our Twitter page to be notified when we go live. That's at American Ricci on Twitter. And of course, you can register for the summer season on our website. That is americanricci.org. Signups will be happening until mid-June, and so you have quite a ways to go before the summer session starts. However, if you do sign up early enough, you could act as a substitute for this season should a substitute player be needed. So feel free to do so. All right, any final thoughts before we head out, Philip?
No, just really exciting games today. Really exciting games coming up on Wednesday. Looking forward to that A1 matchup. A combined total of 27 Dawn on that table.
Wow.
You know, I can't count that high usually, so excited to see what is basically just a Ho-Oh table in Armel.
I cannot wait to see that as well. So hopefully I'll see you there as well. For Philip
sure.
and Harrison a little bit earlier, thank you all for watching. We'll see you in the next cast.